TMUS, those shares are down because this means Starlink and SpaceX can operate independently.
Yeah, own it themselves, vertically integrated. They're buying this with $8.5 billion worth of cash, but they're also using their own shares. So interesting that EchoStar gets potentially a piece of the pie when they eventually do IPO. Remember, a lot of companies are pushing back that trajectory at the moment. They're also paying down some debt payments as well for EchoStar. So it's a really interesting deal more broadly. But you're right, this is about the play that Elon Musk, Starlink, and more broadly SpaceX, which is run by Cottrell, is continuing to have, and actually becoming much more of a D2C kind of play. We know it for the space incredible catches that they do of their super jets and the likes of rockets going to space. But now people are ever more going to know about it for connectivity, particularly when they're in the wild.
Yeah, chopstick landings are interesting, but if I can use the mobile device with your satellite network, that's even more interesting for a consumer. Caroline Hyde co-anchors Bloomberg Tech. That kicks off at 11 a.m. They'll have more on this deal. We've got more M&A in this market on this Monday morning. PNC is going to buy First Bank for about $4.1 billion, adding nearly $27 billion in assets under management in Colorado to PNC's business. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Regional Banks Analyst Herman Chan is here. And Herman, we're talking about Denver specifically. But is this a bigger consolidation story?
Yeah, we're seeing some more consolidation within the larger regional banks over the past couple of months. And this is more of a continuation of that. We've seen Huntington Bank in your home state of Ohio buy Veritex in Texas. We've seen a merger of equals in the Southeast with Pinnacle and Synovus, and this is the third regional bank deal that we've seen over the past couple of months. PNC buying into Colorado and Arizona.
Why is this happening, Herman? And it feels like soon we have to update your title from regional bank reporter to just bank reporter, national bank reporter, with the way that this is going.
Yeah, so a couple of things. We've seen really strong deposits competition, especially from the largest banks like the Bank of Americas and the JP Morgans of the world. And the regional banks have been trying to contend with that for a while now, coupled with a much lax regulatory backdrop. So bank M&A has gotten much faster in terms of getting regulatory approval. And they've been able to close deals much faster relative to what was occurring during the Biden administration. So there's less anxiety and risk involved with bank M&A under Trump, and so we've seen more deals because of that.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's now, though, turn to the latest from Washington. Top Fed Chair candidate Kevin Hassett says the U.S. Central Bank put its independence and credibility in jeopardy by expanding beyond its mandate. He spoke yesterday on Face the Nation.
Central bank independence is something that, as you saw, there was a hearing this week about that Democrats and Republicans in the White House all agreed about. Now, the question is, has the current central bank been as independent as we would like, as transparent as we would like? And I think that there's some dispute about that.
Hassett's comments come ahead of a busy week of economic data that's going to help determine the Fed's policy path if it's not already predetermined. Joining us now, Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent here on set. Mike, what could we see in this data that would change the cut that the market is already pricing in for September 17th?
Well, you probably have to have a big move up in the inflation numbers, and we do get a lot of inflation numbers this week. We get CPI and PPI. We also get payroll revisions, something to pay attention to tomorrow, definitely. We have the Lisa Cook court decision. Does she get to stay on the Fed? The IEBA appeal to the Supreme Court. Are they going to pick up the case about whether tariffs are illegal? And then we have this Bessent and Pulte Ultimate Fighting Championship bout that was reported over the weekend by Politico. Does that have any influence on anything? It could. You just don't know. PPI and CPI, though, that are the big deals. We have to see if we get a bigger increase in both of those than is anticipated. Right now, the forecast is they don't move much from where they are. And if that's the case, that probably goes ahead and cuts. But on that payroll revision thing, I want to point this out. Once a year, they re-benchmark the numbers, and it's the data from April of 2024 to March of 2025. But as you can see, each year lately, we've seen worse and worse re-benchmarking, 800,000 last year. If we get anything like that this year, then there are concerns that the president will once again have a cow, you want to call it, and maybe take some additional actions. Not sure who else he could fire, but he might try to do that.
By the way, that Politico story about Scott Bessent Pulte's fight makes Elon Musk's black eye earlier in the year.
A little more suspect.
A little bit more suspect. But there is a lot of personnel drama going on because we also have a narrowing down of who's likely to be the Fed chair candidate, with the Kevins and Waller being the top three announced by Donald Trump. How does that drama evolve with all of the data also in the background?
Well, Trump is going to announce his pick when he gets around to it. And he has said basically he wants to do it maybe by the end of October, November, could do it earlier. But all along, Bitchute has added names to the list of people he's going to interview, but the president keeps going back to those three. So we probably are going to see somebody from those three, except that this is Donald Trump, so we could see anything by then. But the sooner he gets a name out there, then everybody's going to focus on that person and what they have been saying about the economy and interest rates.
No rest this week, basically, is what
No rest this week, but as you and I were talking about earlier today, no rest last week, no rest next week either.
No rest for the rest of this year. Mike, thank you so much for joining. Michael McKee there with the latest. And it is a busy week ahead, as Mike was just highlighting, from the inflation data to the Fed drama. We are now 0.3% away from another all-time high, Matt, up 0.2 for the S&P. The NASDAQ goes up 0.4%. The small cap index, by the way, 5 straight weeks rather, of gains for the small cap.
For the small caps, all right. So the small caps obviously need that rate cut as well. Coming up, an integration raid on Hyundai's EV battery plant, LG's EV battery plant in Japan.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we're doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's an interactive show, so if you have any questions, please type in the description, and I'll try to answer them on the content that we're covering today. A lot of news is going to be coming in terms of data this week, and will it move the needle for the rate cut for the Federal Reserve? So a big part of this show is going to be focusing on what's going on with the Federal Reserve, how it's going to affect markets. I'm going to go over my analysis of the market, tell you where the entry points are, where some of the resistance levels are, and any breaking news, because anything can happen. But it's also important to pay attention to what's going on in France and in the UK in terms of their economy. They are canaries in a coal mine in terms of a debt cliff or a doom loop. So it's important to pay attention to that, because whatever happens overseas with England or with France may cause a perturbation within the financial markets in the United States. So we have to pay attention to that. Another thing to pay attention to is there's a lot of news about Bitcoin going up, and there's going to be this big surge in Bitcoin. We'll pay attention to that. There'll probably be some news on that very subject matter. OPEC has also decided to increase production, so there's going to be some pressure on the actual price of oil, especially in the Brent crude market. But what I am noticing is in the natural gas market is it's starting to go up as we're moving into the fall season. And that was predicted around 3.4, 3.5 for natural gas million British thermal units. So right now it's trading at around 3.19. So it's starting to move. To play that, take a look at boil and cold, spelled with a K. So we'll go over that. I have a new channel that I started up. It's a Substack channel. So please click the link. It's in the description of this video. Click the link and subscribe to that channel. It's a way to help support the work that I do. All of the work that I do is for free. I put it out there. It's all for free. All right. Now, I have a lot of different channels, so you can consume this information for free, but individuals that would like to support the work that I do, you can do it many different ways. You can share the links, ask your social media to follow me. You can follow me on YouTube. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. You can follow me on Patreon. You can follow me on Substack. You can even follow me on Buy Me a Coffee. There's lots of ways to follow me. You can watch my live shows on my website. You can even listen to audio podcasts on Podomatic, Apple Podcast, and on my website underneath broadcast radio. So there's lots of ways to consume the content that I create. I put it all out there for free. So if you'd like to help support the work that I do, please donate. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack. That way you're helping support the work, and all the content I'm creating is for free. So please help support. And you can get the great products that I have on my store. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on pulmonology and immunology for only $50. So you learn a lot. You get a lot of stuff for those course materials. You get tons of PDFs, tons of videos. You get a unique password to log in, and you can log in as many times and watch the content on your free time as many times as you want. It's inexpensive, and you learn a lot about pulmonology and immunology. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We are doing this live stream again on Rumble, on YouTube, and on my website. On my website, you can see the large screen and the telemetry. You can see on Rumble, just the large screen, and on YouTube, you can see the telemetry of the market in real time. All this telemetry is real time. So with that, we're doing this on September 8th, and I will republish it after the show on the different channels for the ones that couldn't watch the live show. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. So let's go back and listen in to Bloomberg, and then I'm going to pivot over to listen in on what's going on in the French economy.
Didn't have their permits, their visas, and everything really ironed out. But if it takes a long time to get these, and the U.S. at the same time is going to be really cracking down on this, then something needs to be worked out between Korea, the U.S., and other countries that are going to have a lot of investment here and a lot of work. These need to be battery plants. I saw this in Lordstown when LG was building the General Motors joint venture plant. You had a lot of Korean engineers working here for a long period of time because you don't necessarily have the expertise here in the U.S. I would assume the same is true in semiconductors. And you just have a lot of engineers and people who have very special skills working to build these plants. And this will add red tape for them, whether you like the immigration policies or not.
I can imagine it doesn't even just add red tape, but if you're thinking of coming over to the U.S. and you're seeing these images of immigrants in chains at their place of work, if they're there illegally, that's probably somewhat dismaying. I mean, this is a president who also off the back of this said, look, send your very smart people because we want to train people up in the U.S. The red tape, the friction of getting the so-called very smart people here for factories, David, how difficult is that?
It's going to be really hard. There's a lot of angst right now in Korea over this. A lot of politicians saying they don't like how it was handled. And those images are really bad advertising. And even if the workers here were not, they had overstayed visas or whatever it is, if you're looking at those images, those videos, as a Korean executive or politician, it's very jarring, and they're going to think twice about what they're going to do with some of these investment promises. And I think you're going to see a lot unfold.
They broke the law. They shouldn't have broke the law.
Korean government and the Trump administration on how to handle this going forward. But it's going to delay some things.
David, I want to ask about another story that you and Keith Naughton had out over the weekend about the U.S. rollback of emissions standards and how much money that's saving U.S. automakers. I think this has gone a little bit under the radar because if I read it right, Ford is saving more than $1 billion by not having to buy credits. GM and Stellantis must be benefiting hugely as well.
That's right. Ford said it was $1.5 billion. General Motors charges as an expense. It was more than $700 million a year over the past 3 years for regulatory compliance that has to do with these different credit schemes. Look, they sell more gas guzzlers than they do efficient vehicles and EVs. So over the years, they've all been buying credits from Tesla, Toyota has been a seller of credits over the years because of their hybrid program, and you have others like Rivian. And I think General Motors had bought $2 billion worth of credits, I think in 2024. They don't use them all in that year. They sort of bank them and they can use them over several years. But it is a big expense for them. And if Trump wipes that away, which he's already done that with the greenhouse gas emissions, they're working on a CAFE, if that's a corporate average fuel economy related, kind of watering down of the credit scheme. It's a lot less revenue for Tesla and Rivian, and it's a lot less expense for GM, Ford, Stellantis, and even some others like Nissan, Mercedes, who've had to buy credits or pay fines over the years.
David, thank you very much for bringing those to us. That's David Welch, Bloomberg's Detroit bureau chief. Now, as we head closer to the opening bell, about 10 minutes away, we're looking at equity futures attempting to rally after Friday's loss, after that payrolls job report. So maybe the bad jobs leading to cuts today, at least, is a good thing. We're up about 0.25% on the S&P. The NASDAQ is up 0.4%. The Russell 2000.
All right, we're going to pivot over to the French economy, but please go to my store, help support the work that I do. I'm telling you how to make some money in the market and to get healthy and weather the storm that's coming in the fall and the winter. So pay attention carefully. Something's coming in the fall and the winter. Prepare for it. All right, so I have very high quality structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, and peppermint, lavender. Very high quality. Get a few bars for your household. Help support the work that I do and help support your health and wellness. It's a win-win situation. Use discount 5. It's all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Now, so many of France's political problems come back, as they do in so many countries, to the economy and what's going on economically. And there's a few ways we can look at this. First of all, look at just how much investors are charging the French government to lend to us. It's a pretty good metric for just how worried people are. This is showing you just how much bond yields have kind of gone up or indeed down in major economies in Europe in recent months. You've got Germany, Greece, Italy there. Just look at France. So the change in that interest rate charged to France has gone up. It's much higher for France than for these other countries. And if I show you just another way of looking at the same numbers, this is pretty striking, okay? Because what a lot of people do is they like to compare countries like this to Germany, because the overall level of German Budens, as they're known, is really typically quite low. And here's what's quite striking about this chart. Look at the red line there. It is more expensive right now to lend to France, so investors are charging France more for its borrowing than Greece. And who would have thought that, given what happened a decade and a half ago in the euro crisis, that France is now viewed as a more expensive, potentially more risky place to lend money to than Greece. Very striking indeed. And it's not just the bond markets where you see some causes for concern. This is showing you share prices, okay? So higher it tends to be better here. The DAX there, that's the German index, the MIB from Italy, the Milan, S&P 500, that's the UK there, the FTSE 100. Key thing here is compare France with the rest. The CAC 40 has really just not had as good a year as those other indexes. And it's just another indication that this is not just about the government, it's about everything. But it is the focus primarily is on things like this. This is showing you the deficit in France. And the higher this line is, the lower the deficit is, you might be heading for surplus, so bringing in more taxes than you're spending. But the lower it is, the bigger the deficit. And the problem for France is, in the pandemic, they went well below that EU deficit limit. They're supposed to be up to this kind of 3% or so mark. There were plans post-pandemic to bring that higher, so to bring down spending, to bring up taxes to some extent. But in the event, that's what happened. And this is part of the explanation for why you have these continued collapses in the French government. They can't get these budgets actually implemented. There was a plan, again, to bring that up, so to bring the deficit down and to bring spending down and to get the deficit up towards that 3% EU deficit limit. But in the event, that looks like that's going to implode as well. And France, as a result, is heading in this direction. So this kind of 6% or so deficit, far higher than the EU limit, and indeed far higher than most other countries around the world. So this is just comparing other countries. Like the US is actually the closest neighbor there. But look, Germany, the UK is heading to this kind of, some people would see it as a safety zone in the coming years. So too Spain, so too Italy. France is the outlier, that red line there. And if you look at, talking about outliers, look at total public spending as a percentage of GDP. This is how much the state spends in various different countries. And look who is right there at the top. It is France. And that's something that Bayrou, the Prime Minister, said he wants to try and deal with. He said, he wanted to bring that down by a couple of percentage points. That is so unpopular. And that alone, that plan, is part of the reason why everything is starting to implode politically in France. Worth just saying, there's another thing that's definitely a cause for concern in France, which is that for a long time, a lot of people thought that productivity, so output per hour, was France's secret weapon. People didn't work as many hours, but they generated a lot of income in those hours. But in recent years, so there's France, there you've got the OECD, there you've got the EU, the higher this is obviously the more the productivity is rising. Look at what's happened recently. So French productivity has been really disappointing in recent years. And that then feeds into everything else. If you're not generating as much income across the economy, then you have problems with public finances, problems with basically everything else. Final thing to know, because I know that this is all sounding pretty grim, worth just saying, actually some of the language we're hearing in France is pretty grim as well. This is nothing like what we saw in the 2010-2011 period, the Euro crisis. So that's the Euro crisis. Look, those are Greek bond yields, government bond yields, up to kind of 35% or so. That's Spain, that's France. And now compare where we are at the moment. So it's certainly true that the French line is elevated versus the rest. But we are nowhere near, right now, we are nowhere near the crisis that we had back a decade and a half ago, at least. Nowhere near it quite yet.
It's really important. It's really important to pay attention to what's happening in England and what's happening in France in terms of their debt market and the political instability that's taking place in the social instability because of the illegal immigration. These three vectors are causing disruption that could cause a contagion in the financial markets around the world. So it's something that we have to pay attention to. It's very important to pay attention to this. And I don't think enough people are paying attention to it. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. Looks like they're interviewing someone from Citi Bank, head of equities.
Rob's come in, I think that's pretty telling.
81.2% is what I see right now in work. Going by futures, obviously it looks a little bit different if you go by OIS, but not much. Stuart, you're going to stick with us here. Citi's Stuart Kaiser staying with us through the open. We're looking at futures that are higher this morning. Just about 5 minutes to go until we get the opening bell. S&P futures up 0.25%, NASDAQ futures and Russell 2000 futures doing a little bit better. When we come back, we'll give you that opening bell and give you the stocks to watch this morning. This is Bloomberg.
All right. So we are going into a season in the fall and the winter based on new cases that are popping up in the United States. I have to be coy with the way I phrase this because of the censorship on YouTube. It's important that you prepare. So take a look at the anti-Fauci boxes that I have on my store. All right? That's what you need. Just pay attention. Other things that you may want are the nattokinase, because it's fibrinolytic. My digestive enzyme complex is also fibrinolytic. Just pay attention, all right, to the numbers that are starting to creep up in the United States for the fall and the winter season, and be prepared, all right? And the moment you start feeling something that's not right, you have to mitigate it right away. And a great way to do that, especially for the throat, is taking the lozenges and the drops. So I have very high quality structural nanosilver lozenges and drops. Now, if you have a irritation in the throat, take them right away. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You can get the drops in 100 count per bag. in blueberry flavor, in honey and lemon, and in cherry. All right, get a few bags for your household and for work. You never know when you need it. And trust me, you got to be prepared for this. Now, the lozenges that I have in stock are larger than the drops, and I have elderberry zinc in stock. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. But like I said, be prepared, all right? The moment you have that irritation, take it right away. It'll mitigate. There's other things that you should be taking on a regular basis, and take a look at what's in that Fauci box. There's also an advanced one. I think there's a Fauci box, an advanced one, and a deluxe one. So take a look at what's in there. There's an added benefit with those boxes. Not only are you preparing yourself for the fall and the winter, you're also helping your different systems in your body. And it's part of a larger protocol that helps to slow down the aging process, boost up the immune system, bring down inflammation. But you will benefit from it during the fall and the winter season. So you need to listen to me and listen to in between the lines of what I'm saying here. I can't say certain things because of YouTube, but I'm telling you what you need to do. Be prepared. If you aren't prepared, if you're not paying attention carefully, don't be surprised that something bad happens. The markets are open now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges and the drops. The S&P 500 is at 6,495, and VIX is at 1537. The Japanese yen is trading at 147.59. And like I've been saying, as long as the Japanese yen is not at 140 or below, and the VIX is trading in the teens, especially the low teens, you're going to see equities go up. Less stress in the financial markets because of the yen being higher, above 140, right? 147 is really good. As long as it's above 145, you're doing really well. And VIX is trading at 15. So it's positive for equities. Equity target for the S&P 500 by year end, have a projection of 6,800 to 7,000. Now, there's a resistance level at about the 6,500. It's been bouncing around. I think that once the Federal Reserve lowers the rate in this month by probably a quarter point, 25 basis points, we're going to see an accelerant of the stock. Now, if Bitcoin continues to trade in line with equities, we should see a surge in Bitcoin also. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you get those lozenges. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Make sure you use that discount 5. I want you to save money. I want you to be using the products regularly to slow down the aging process and to be prepared for the fall and the winter season.
Shares of Robinhood, as well as AppLovin, one of the worst named stocks, but a great performer here today, and MCOR, which will be added to the S&P 500 index on September 22nd. You can see a couple of 10% gains there. MCOR.
All right, so they're going on break here.
In the green.
They're going on break, and there's a Religious Liberty Commission hearing on public education that's live right now. They had Cardinal Dolan speak and several other people speaking here. I'm not going to listen in on that, but what I want to do is go over the markets right now. The euro is trading at 1.17. BITO is trading at 1934. Bitcoin is trading at 112,000. Natural gas is trading at 3.16. And Oil is trading at 31.60. All right, let's listen in on Bloomberg here.
That's going to kind of continue, but I think it's a healthy sign that the markets are open and functioning, and that these are performing so well in the secondary that it does suggest that risk sentiment is really positive for both retail and institutions.
So you may not want to put all your bets on crypto. They always do SPACs, but AI is still obviously a dominant force in this market, and Bloomberg Intelligence thinks that the CapEx increase is going to continue. How much of that is a part of your investment thesis?
It's a huge part. I think what we've seen probably, though, is over the last month or two, people kind of migrating the way that they're investing in the AI theme. I think focusing a lot more on software. Power gen is just a massively important and well-invested theme as well. So, look, the AI outlook's important. If you look at earnings last quarter, though, the Max 7 stocks basically coming into the quarter were estimated to grow earnings in the mid-teens. They reported earnings in the mid-20s. So, when you're generating that much EPS growth, it's hugely important. And again, this has become, it's spreading throughout the market, right? It's not just the semiconductors now, it's software, it's AI. And people, Heath Terry at Citi did a very deep dive into companies outside of technology that are going to benefit from this as well. So this has just become a pervasive theme, and we can't be invested in U.S. equities without thinking about it.
And Peter Scheer was writing on this over the weekend, saying that spending on AI has been instrumental in keeping the economy and getting stocks to record highs. So does that then mean, Stuart, on the other side of things, that there's a real risk, even if there's a slight crack, for things to unravel for both the economy and for the equity market?
Yeah, I mean, look, these things do work in both directions, so you can't completely ignore it. I think what's a little, I don't want to say different this time, but what's unique about AI is this is not just the technology. There's also massive infrastructure spend that's going on alongside this, and massive power generation and consumption that has to go on alongside this as well. So yeah, there's a technology aspect, there's an efficiency aspect outside of those tech companies, and then there's just a real kind of bricks and mortar construction project that needs to go on alongside it. So as I mentioned, it is pervasive throughout the economy and the U.S. equity market. But yeah, what goes up must come down, and you can't ignore those risks if you were to get a real crack in that CapEx spending theme.
Yeah, we talk about from the jobs perspective whether or not AI is going to take out a lot of workers, right? And you mentioned software. Every time I look at a software company, I think, wow, AI could write that code itself. Like, why do we need these separate software solutions providers when I can now do it all on my own with ChatGPT, or maybe not yet, but in a couple of years? Are you worried that a couple or dozens of companies maybe go extinct because of AI?
I mean, you do worry about it, but you also hope it creates jobs in other places. If you look at the labor market right now, you've had continuing claims that have been quite high. I think if you were to squint a little bit and try to see what the AI impact is on the labor market right now, it's that if you do get laid off, your ability to find a job is much more difficult. And you might argue that that's companies saying, well, why don't we wait 6 months and see, can we do this job with AI or something else? So I do think it's slowed down the replacement cycle in terms of employees. And it is something to kind of keep an eye on. But again, it is creating jobs in other places. And there are certain jobs you just can't do with AI. So I think, the economy is adjusting as it always does.
Can I ask you about one other part of this market? Apologies, away from equities, but that's increasingly hot too that you have to pay attention to is gold, up another 1% this morning at 3,600. There was this report from the FT that Tether is going to start getting into gold mining, the stablecoin company. Again, when you have businesses who are getting into other businesses that have nothing to do with what they're doing, that seems like maybe a bad thing. Has gold run too far, Stuart? How much further does this thing have to go?
Well, I mean, I think gold has a number of things kind of driving it. One is there's some risk to the economy. And people are focusing on that. But excuse me. Second, I think is it's a way to kind of be trading currency markets without taking a view on the currency. So I think for a while, when people were concerned about the U.S. dollar coming out of the tariff announcements, they were buying gold because it was a view of, I want to be short the dollar. There's no other currency I necessarily want to be long. So I just do that through gold. So again, I think there's two or three different dynamics driving this. Part of it is a growth story, part of it is a currency story, and part of it is just people like shiny things, right? So it's got numerous kind of drivers going on right now.
We're all just a bunch of magpies at the end of the day. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. That is Citi Head of U.S. Equity Trading, Stuart Kaiser. Okay, let's get a check on your equity markets this morning, about 8 minutes into your trading session. And we are looking at a positive start. I think this should put us around a record, maybe just below it, at a gain of 0.3%. Driving us higher are all the tech stocks. There's Broadcom, there's NVIDIA, there's Microsoft. We're going to get more tech earnings tomorrow. Oracle will be reporting after the bell, but it's the usual suspects of the big tech reporting. On the downside, it seems that SpaceX is really wreaking some havoc. AT&T and T-Mobile and Verizon, some of the biggest losers this morning with, again, SpaceX's Starlink buying some spectrum, mobile spectrum rather, from EchoStar, challenging some of those incumbent players. Now, when it comes to the sectors as a whole for this S&P 500, a somewhat even split, I guess you would say. We are still looking at infotech. That seems to be the thing leading us higher. Some of the more safety type sectors are moving lower. Real estate, healthcare, those are falling by at least 0.7% this morning, Matt.
Yeah, it looks like a sell-off in the defensive indexes. We're looking at 6,500 basically on the S&P 500, and the closing high, for those keeping track, was Thursday at 65.02. The all-time intraday high on Friday was 65.32. So we're pretty much there. Coming up, it's a big week for Apple with the September product launch tomorrow, including, if you needed this, a thinner iPhone. Details next. This is Open Interest.
All right, before we get the details of the new iPhone that's coming out, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 helps to bring down systemic inflammation, helps to prevent your red blood cells from sticking, and helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So this is super important for your cardiovascular health. It's also important to be taking, and this is why it's in my anti-Fauci box, because of this red blood cell oversticking issue with some people. It's really important to make sure that you mitigate some of the problems when it comes to overclotting. You can do that with the omega-3. You can also do that with my digestive enzyme complex and my nattokinase. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3. You're going to need it for the fall or the winter, but not just that, you should be taking it every day to help with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store and get the omega-3. And another important supplement to take is magnesium and zinc. This is going to boost up your immune system. Guess what? You're going to need it for the fall and the winter, but you should be taking it every day. Magnesium and zinc will also help to improve your brain function. And magnesium increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. You're going to need vitamin D3 for the fall and the winter. You're going to need magnesium and zinc for the fall and the winter. Are you listening carefully to me? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc and take it with the omega-3. So it's a great stack, and be prepared, all right? Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science. Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradbrook here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is in deep recovery. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of the century.
Join us on Bloomberg Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Let's get you some of the top calls, some of the analyst action in focus this morning. Starting off with Chewy, they're getting a raise to a buy at Mizuho. They expect a strong earnings report and a positive outlook when they report on Wednesday. Shares up only about 0.2%. Next up, TD Cowen upgrading Canada Goose to a buy. The analysts there see new products driving sales growth at the coat maker. Those shares up 4.5%. I'm not sure how much innovation you can have with just puppy coats. Anyway, finally, Morgan Stanley and Barclays raising their price targets on Oracle. The software company has earnings that will be reporting tomorrow, so everyone giving them an upgrade. Shares up 2% now.
All right, so some a lot of upgrades there for Oracle, and interesting story and stock to watch. But I want to get back to the big spectrum sale we've been talking about. SpaceX struck a $17 billion deal with EchoStar to help expand its Starlink network. Really, I think the story is of a spectrum buy, right? Let's bring in Bloomberg Tech's Ed Ludlow, who's been reporting on SpaceX and Elon Musk for years. And Ed, you could say, like, EchoStar, the stock is moving a lot, and they've sold a ton of spectrum. That's kind of interesting. But far more interesting is the growth in Elon Musk's ability to offer direct-to-device communications.
And Starlink's ability to stand on its own 2 feet in a market where it's direct to device, because they already have an existing relationship with T-Mobile where you can do that. I was part of the beta testing phase of that. It works quite well. SpaceX can now just offer this directly. So $17 billion is also a really interesting piece of M&A for SpaceX. I can't think in its history of something that big. $8.5 billion of cash split with $8.5 billion of SpaceX stock. The EchoStar story was they were a bit troubled anyway. The FCC had looked at their use of that spectrum. By the way, for what it's worth, spectrum is the sort of range of invisible radio frequencies that allow you to send data from, in this case, a satellite down to Earth and a mobile phone. But people were like, is this hardware? No, spectrum is not. It's just invisible space.
I think that's a worthy explainer for all, Ed. And
I was trying to explain to my 5-year-old daughter yesterday when I gave her an FM radio.
I hope you also emphasize it did not cause.
She was like, "What's the antenna for?" Just catches the waves.
Something you need to learn. When they all signal phones, they all do this instead of this. Now, anyway, Ed, away from all of that, if you just look at some of the share price reaction, not even just the EchoStar gain, it's T-Mobile Fund, which yes has a partnership with SpaceX, but it's also Verizon. It's also AT&T. Is this a real threat to the incumbents?
Yes, in the sense that it's a relatively nascent technology. The idea that if you don't have cellular tower coverage and you're up a mountain or the middle of the ocean or just walking in the forest, whatever it is you like to do, you can now do it directly with SpaceX. The story of SpaceX has changed where the proportion of revenue from Starlink has overtaken that of launch, and it's clearly much higher margin. There is some brand appeal. We can debate the Elon Musk factor in it, but a lot of people like to go to SpaceX, do Starlink, rather than, say, sign up with a legacy carrier. So it's not that surprising to see pressure on those carrier names.
There's a great story on Apple stock, Ed.
Yes.
The company's gained almost $500 million, I think, or $500 billion, I should say, in market cap since the end of July. But the reason for the run-up is really that the tariff hit lessened after meetings with Donald Trump, and regulations are not hitting them as hard in terms of the payments they can accept from Google. It's not Apple innovation or their moves in AI that's driving the stock higher.
Yeah, some of the headwinds in the first half of the year were removed, and we've discussed that in this program, right? That was the Apple stock story in the first half. The question we're asking ourselves on this network and the show is, why do we care about Apple iPhone Day? It's not as simple as saying that iPhone is 50% of revenue. But I have a chart in my back pocket that I'm not going to show now. I'm going to do it tomorrow. That basically tracks that iPhone days are a seldom used moment, but on a 30 or 60-day basis, and this is based in Bank of America research, it tends to recover. And so, in a moment in time, however the stock trades this week, that's a short-term thing. But over a couple of months, we really do care what's going to happen tomorrow. And with the political backdrop we talked about, the pressure on Tim Cook and Apple from the president to onshore more of the supply chain here, and above all of that, still begs the question, what is the AI story with Apple? And per Mark Gurman's reporting, we expect to learn a little bit about that officially tomorrow as well.
I know you'll be at that event, Ed. What I want to know away from AI is who wants a thinner iPhone? Who wants that? Who's asking for that?
Yeah, my first MacBook in 2010 when I was at university was a MacBook Pro, chunky old thing. And before that, I'd been a Windows PC user. I couldn't afford the Air. And what Mark's arguing, and I think I agree with him, is that in the first instance, based on our reporting and sources, this iPhone 17 Air 6.6-inch screen, incredibly thin, is going to be expensive. It's going to have a limited camera because of the design and the space. It's going to be priced between an iPhone 17 Pro at the top end and base model at the middle end. But it will follow the arc of the MacBook. When Mac had the Air in 2008, it was a slow burn to get it to be adopted because it was expensive. But Apple iterates on the technology quickly, and that's the argument that I think Mark's making, that initially you might see a tepid response. But people like thin phones, I think, and it also sets the ground for a foldable phone potentially in 2026. So again, the short term, we'll see what the reaction is, but the long-term roadmap is a bit more clear with that one.
I'm not buying it because I will break it. I promise you, I will snap
So
it.
we have thin phones.
Yeah,
Like, we already have thin phones. They can't get much thinner before they start being negative space. So like, who cares?
Well, that's the next thing. We'll just implant the chip in our brains. Ed, thank you so much. Bloomberg Text, Ed Ludlow, thank you so much. Now, coming up, retail investors are changing the IPO landscape, and companies hopeful of listing are fully embracing them. We're going to have more next. That's coming up on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Please go to my store, bella-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium is going to boost up your immune system, help with your skin. Vitamin C helps with skin, and magnesium helps with brain function. Super important to take every day, but you definitely need this for the fall and the winter. Be prepared. Please be prepared. You can stack this with the magnesium and zinc and get extra magnesium in your system. Really important. And magnesium is super important to increase the efficacy of vitamin D3. And vitamin D3 you're going to need. Trust me on this. So please go to my store and get the vitamin C and magnesium, and take a look at the anti-Fauci boxes that I have. I have an anti-Fauci box, a anti-Fauci advanced box, and a deluxe box. So please take a look and be prepared. All right? It's really important. And take a look at some of the videos that I've been talking about this particular subject matter, about the problem in the fall and in the winter. It was the last couple videos that I have done. So this video is episode 39. So you want to take a look at episode 38, 37, even 36. All right. So pay attention to what is going on. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please be prepared. Please listen. I know what I'm talking about here. All right? It works. Just pay attention. All right? So get the vitamin C and magnesium. You're going to need it for the fall and winter. But not just that. You should be taking it every day as part of your health protocol to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system.
Gaining even more, 0.6%. And one of the big reasons for that is that NVIDIA is a heavier weight on the NASDAQ than it is on the S&P. And you can see, Mr. Profit, if you'll follow me to this corner, NVIDIA right now up 2%. When a $4.3 trillion stock rises and it's worth 12% of the NASDAQ 100, I believe, that adds some decent gains. Apple, really little change. It's a red arrow, but only 0.1%. We just talked about that with Ed Ludlow. We're going to see new products. From watches to whatever they call that Vision Pro thing, to a thinner iPhone. AppLovin is one of a number of companies that's going to be added to the S&P 500 as a result. Major rally in those shares as index trackers are going to have to buy the stock. And then EchoStar, we've been talking about a lot this morning after selling a combined $40 billion of the spectrum over the past month, basically. This morning, the deal was a $17 billion sale to SpaceX. Finally, you see AST Space Mobile on the way down this morning as it faces increased competition. Danny?
Yeah, as are Verizon, T-Mobile, all of those incumbent players. Now, elsewhere in this market, Matt, famous firm Klarna is among
Okay,
the
what I want to do is I want to pivot over and listen to Times Radio talking about France's economic crisis and how it may lead into, I think, the move towards Le Pen or the nationalist right movement. So let's listen into Times Radio.
Scroll less, learn more. Find your school district's plan at ny.gov/phone free.
The insanity offers with our boost blasters, motorized mania, and smoking barrel. Lock in your favorite insanity blasters.
I think the current moment is really is really helpful to her political agenda. You know, she's showing that the country is paralyzed without her. She's showing that traditional parties have failed to put in place economic policies that would help adjust France's yawning deficit. She doesn't have a better plan, but short of a plan, she can also expose that the others are incapable of acting. And I think that alone is helping her greatly. You know, she can say, look, you know, you've tried everything from, you know, the center right to the center to the left. None of these people, even all ganged up together against us in Rassemblement National, have been able to run the country in an effective way. So why don't we try something else? So I think the current moment is very helpful to her.
A political showdown in Paris could plunge the Eurozone's second biggest economy into further strife. French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou is facing a vote of no confidence just 9 months into his term. His drastic austerity budget, which includes cutting 2 public holidays, has angered opposition parties and the public alike. If he loses, and it's widely expected that he will, it'll be the 5th French Prime Minister in less than 2 years. With a deeply divided parliament and an economy shackled with debt, can President Macron find a way through to navigate this crisis? To discuss, and hopefully you're going to be joined by Matthias Match, Associate Professor of International Political Economy at Johns Hopkins University, and by Shane Valley, a former economic advisor to Macron. Let's start with Shaheen. There's going to be yet another vote of confidence. Is France broken?
No, France is not broken, but France has a very divided parliament and very polarized politics. So it's very difficult to find the sort of consensus that you would need to pass a quite severe, some would say austere budget. And so, you know, it's not the first prime minister who falls on the budget. Bayrou, the current prime minister, in fact, arrived when Barnier, the previous prime minister, failed to pass his own budget. Prime Minister Bayrou decided not to go through the motion of negotiating and staking the responsibility of his government on this budget, and decided, in fact, to resign earlier. Formally, he's asking for a vote of confidence on Monday, which he's now pretty much guaranteed to lose. And as a result, he will not go through the motion of passing a budget, unless, which I think is a real possibility, unless President Macron doesn't appoint a new prime minister right away, in which case the current prime minister would stay on as a caretaker government and could be asked to present the budget to Parliament for the next few weeks, something that Macron has done in the past. So I think, you know, we could lose a prime minister tomorrow and in fact still have him in office for a few more weeks.
Matthias Match, do you see it playing out? I'm not sure we've got Matthias just yet. So what does Macron have many choices? I mean, it just feels like treading water then, isn't it? If that he's unable to keep a government operating.
I think he has three choices. The first one is to appoint a new prime minister, and I think that's the more likely scenario, and he's more likely to do that, you know, within his own ranks, so to speak. So somebody who would kind of operate under the same broad political direction that he has given so far. The second option is to try something new and, you know, appoint a prime minister from the left, which he hasn't done yet, or appoint a prime minister from the far right, which he also hasn't done yet. So that would be a real
change of coalition to support the new prime minister. I think that's not very likely because I think that would amount to Macron accepting that he has lost and that new policies will be in place and probably undoing a lot of what he has done over the last 5 to 10 years. The last option is to call for a snap election, which is something that he couldn't do until the month of July because you can only call an election after 1 year. So, given that the last snap election was more than a year ago, now he can call for a snap election. So that's his third option. I don't think it's very likely in the short term, but he has that lever and he has that tool.
The snap election that he called last June, I think it was, that was the result of that is really what put him in this status and in this mess, is it not?
Absolutely. I think, everybody, considers that this was a very profound mistake. But we could be facing a situation over the next few weeks where every prime minister that Macron proposes is voted down by the parliament. I don't think this is, the central scenario, but I think that's a possibility. In which case, the only option for Macron would be to call for a snap election to try and get a new parliament and a new power balance inside this parliament. Realistically, if we look at the polls today, if there were to be a snap election, his party, so kind of the centrist forces, would lose out. The left, because they were united in the last snap election around a common platform and a common coalition, and they are no longer, would probably lose out. And the only party that would win seats is likely to be the Rassemblement National, Le Pen's party. In which case, I think the outcome of that snap election would be most likely that the RN would get, if not an absolute majority, which I think is probably difficult, but probably a relative majority and just enough to basically run the country, which between now and 2027 would probably be long enough for them to prove that they can run the country.
2027 is when they have to have another presidential election.
Yes, 2027 is the next presidential election. So that would give the RN a year and a half effectively of running the country. And could be a big credibility boost for them ahead of the 2027 election. A year and a half is probably long enough to show that you can run the country, and short enough not to make profound policy mistakes. So I think it could work to their advantage. I think people realize that now, that a snap election will probably only play in the hands of the Rassemblement National, and it may not be something that Macron wants to pursue.
One poll showed that only 15% of French public trust.
Your business is crushing it, unless they've got the right help desk software.
Oh man, tickets just won't stop.
Your agents can get caught in a whirlpool of tickets.
Oh,
15% of French public trusts Macron to resolve this crisis. Is there any scenario where he might himself just resign?
So I think if that scenario, to me, it's a very low probability scenario. I think the only case in which I would see that is a case where, he appoints a few prime ministers, now they all fail, then he has to call for a snap election, and the snap election does not produce a real majority for the next government, in which case, maybe the only way out is to call for an early presidential election. I think this is a very low chance, to be honest.
Does Macron believe still essentially that there is a centre ground to be found? There is a coalition that can be built around his model of it, or can he just not read the room and realise that it is now hopelessly divided, and he is, if you like, the representation of the inability to bring parties or different groups within France together?
I don't think Macron views himself as the obstacle to the formation of a large sort of, coalition of centrist forces. I think his analysis is that France, because of its electoral law and because of its political tradition, doesn't have this culture of brokering compromise across party lines. A bit like the UK, we don't have sort of German or Italian tradition of coalition governments, and so in the absence of that, it's very difficult to create these broad political consensus that we need. I think Macron's hope is that the country will
with time and maybe by force, realize that the only way forward is for these broad coalitions to take place. And I think, giving time to another prime minister to try and forge that coalition is probably what he has in mind rather than resigning.
Now, there's a lot of nervousness that as the instability of France sits there politically, it could have an effect on what could cause an economic catastrophe. I mean, there is this sort of the background to this is that France hasn't balanced a budget since 1974. It's paying massive interest on its debts. Is it simply not? I mean, there's no question of France not paying its debts. Do you think there's any risk at all to a sort of IMF-style bailout coming after this?
No, I don't think so. At least not in the short term. But what is certain is that France.
I think England and France are tippy-toeing towards a IMF World Bank bailout. Now, is it going to happen tomorrow? No, but can it happen before 2028? Yeah, there's a significant probability that it could happen. Maybe a 40 or 50% chance.
Today is an outlier in terms of fiscal deficit when compared to the rest of Euro area countries.
I think it's only Greece and one other that's worse, isn't it?
No.
Even Greece doesn't have a larger deficit at the moment, actually. So
Italy?
Italy neither. So I think there's maybe Hungary that has a larger
the point
deficit.
that, remember the video that we were playing before? Italy and Greece are not worse off than France. I'm telling you, the canary in the coal mine is France and England. It's France and England. It's going to be a big problem. They have huge social programs that they can't afford, and they're going to have to truncate it. And if they truncate those social programs, it's going to create other civil unrest. And I listened to a video going all the way back to, must be the late 70s, all right, by William F. Buckley interviewing Margaret Thatcher before she became prime minister, all right? And she was telling William F. Buckley the problems that she started seeing within her constituency, because she was part of the House of Commons, and the need to bring down social programs, but how there is this push against it because the people want their social programs, but they don't realize that the mass level that they can't afford it, and that it's going to lead to inflation and deficits. And then she also mentioned, and which was very telling of the times, how labor was not willing to work with owners of manufacturing facilities to bring in new machinery to make them more productive. And she kept on saying that she had to teach, the owners and politicians have to teach the workers that productivity is super important to be able to maintain your job and then to have higher wages. Instead of just produce 1,000 widgets for the last X amount of years every day, 1,000 widgets a day, not realizing that you need to increase your productivity to be able to have higher wages. So there was a small group of laborers within the labor force starting to realize that bringing in a new machine that could produce 10 times more than what they used to would allow them to eventually have higher wages. But there's what she calls the two phases. The first phase is that, well, you're producing, let's say you have a contract for 10,000 widgets a day, and you're making 10,000 widgets a day. You bring in a new machine, and the capability, let's say that the old machine is maxed out at its capability of 10,000 widgets a day. You bring in a new machine, and it can make 20,000 widgets a day, but you have only a contract for 10. So now the amount of the amount of hours needed to work has become less. That's the first phase. So the workers are worried about less income. So the first phase is the realization that there is an adjustment period, that you don't need as many workers. Then the second phase is that the business starts to go, because it has higher capacity, has more capacity to do other projects or sell more of the same product to different regions. So this importance of this first phase, second phase, and most laborers aren't realizing this transition. This is taking place in the 70s, late 70s. And they were so focused on the immediate term, not realizing that by inhibiting the company from bringing in new machines and reducing hours or reducing headcount, if you inhibit that, then you actually are going to see that the company can't be productive and everybody gets laid off. So there's this, if you think of it in the long term, adding manufacturing capability, new machinery, more efficiency, after the adjustment period of less hours, less workers, it actually ends up having more workers, more hours. But there has to be an adjustment period. And so that brought me to the idea, okay, you know what? That might be something similar to what we're going to see with AI. AI is a machine that adds efficiency, all right, to the labor force, primarily in offices, primarily white collar, not blue collar, all right? So office, back office, mid office, right stuff. All right, so even front office in some cases, but the idea, and it's also helping with creating code. Machines going by the street. All right, so there's it could also create code, so it's eliminating the number of engineers. But the point, the software engineers. But the thing is that you can do more with less people. Then the company will have to go and figure ways to increase, because it has more capacity, to be able to expand their markets, expand new products, new categories, differentiations, and all this. What I noticed with the increased capability of CAD/CAM, computer-aided design and manufacturing, what I noticed over the years was that the computer systems were getting faster. The CAD systems were more efficient, and you had more capability in terms of what you can model, how fast you can model it, the presentation of the three-dimensional model, being able to automate the cutter paths versus manual cutter path development. So you could do more. You could design more molds. You can design more parts. You can design more options for vehicles. So back in the old days, you may in the studio, you may do like 3 different clay models and pick one clay model and then design the vehicle. Well, nowadays, because of the speed of computers and design, you can do 2 or 3 versions in parallel up to a certain point in the design, and then you decide which one you want. And a lot of times what happens is that not only you're designing one car vehicle, you're designing a platform of vehicles, sharing a similar platform. So you're building a platform, and then you're working on 3 different vehicles at the same time. Back in the old days, you couldn't do that. Too many draftsmen, too slow, too expensive. So that's that second phase that Margaret Thatcher was saying to William F. Buckley back in the late 70s. I saw this happen in automotive, all right, in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. So there was this like, for example, back in the old days when there were just draftsmen, you may need thousands of draftsmen to make a car. All right, you bring in CAD, you only need 400. You bring in more capability of CAD, and you only need 100 engineers. All right, but they can produce more. Or if you just have 400 engineers, they're producing more. And so if you have more vehicles, there's more tools being made, there's more economic cluster, there's more parts being made. So labor probably is going to have to come to the realization that as they're efficient, at the very early stage of AI, you're going to have early efficiency, but no change in labor force. Then all of a sudden, there's a recession. The labor force for the company will go down. It'll be structural. The layoffs, they're not going to be coming back anytime soon. And then the company is going to have the capacity, because of the AI, to be able to do more, to be able to do more with less. And that they're going to have to be able to continue to grow, because there's a feedback loop from Wall Street. Are you growing your revenues? Are you growing the bottom line? The top line growth, the bottom line growth, right? So when they go in that recession and cut individuals, they're growing, they're not growing their top line, but they're helping their bottom line, right? How? Because they're cutting expenses. But as the economy comes back out of the recession, they're going to have to, they have this capacity to be able to do more with less people. And they're going to be able to reach and go into other markets. And then there's individuals that are managing projects and more people get hired. So there is this wave that happens. So people need to realize with AI, it's very likely that it's not going to be AI being implemented, we're more productive and more jobs are going to be created. No, it's not going to be that way. It's going to be more like AI, we're more productive, recession happens, people get laid off, but there's a core group that stays employed. And then over time, because these companies survive the recession and this recession, people are getting out of the recession, these companies they decide to go and grow their business with the extra capacity that they have, and they go into different markets or differentiate their product. And then all of a sudden they start to hire more people in the managerial class and also in the design, manufacturing. All right, and then it continues to grow. So there's going to be this hiccup during this phase, what Margaret Thatcher says is the phase one. That you have capability, added capability by bringing in AI, right? She didn't have AI back in the day, right? And she already passed away, but I mean, but she's talking about machines, all right? And machines that are more efficient. Well, let's just view AI as a machine, and it's more efficient. When companies start implementing that, there won't be a need for as many employees in that first phase. Then as the economy starts to use it and becomes more productive and more companies flourish, new companies are created, the existing companies start to expand their operations, then they start to hire more. And then eventually there's an uptick. So I think that probably is what we're going to see. Instead of the super optimist saying that there are just going to be more and more jobs and there's not going to be a dip in employment. The super pessimist is going to say it's just going to be a downward spiral, and more people will just get laid off. And there's this decoupling of labor and capital, and the society starts to crumble. Maybe the lessons learned from more productive machines going from a manual milling machine to CNC machines is more of a better example of where the society is heading towards the use of AI. Maybe. I mean, we have never done this before because there is a reflexive property of AI, because AI can self-learn. AI can create knowledge. These machines, they just sit there unless a human puts in some sort of input. So it's not a perfect example, but maybe Margaret Thatcher's right that there's two stages to this. And the first stage scares workers. The second stage, then workers start to benefit. But it takes time to get to that second stage. And so in the interim, what does society do? If that's the case, what does society do? Do you have more social programs? Let's look at what's happening in France and what's happening in England or even the United States. Let's say there's massive unemployment during this transition of 10%. We're at 4.3% right now, and people are having a hissy fit. Just imagine 10%. Or Great Depression. Just imagine 30% in some areas. 30%. Just imagine 10 or 30% of the population unemployed. Then you have all these social programs that the government can't afford. Tax revenue isn't happening because the economy collapsed. The Federal Reserve keeps on pumping in money. It's inflationary. Well, at that time, it's trying to fight deflation. So at the very beginning, it's not deflationary. They're trying to create inflation because of deflation. But in the long run, it will be inflationary. The country's already super in debt. So the GDP drops, the debt goes up, and the debt to GDP ratio skyrockets. So because countries are so indebted, I'm not so sure that we can get to phase 2 based on what Margaret Thatcher was saying to William F. Buckley in the 70s. It may not be possible because of our debt problem. And you're starting to see the cracks happening now. And we are not, the worldwide, we are nowhere close to what it was like for the Great Depression. But you're seeing the cracks happen. So just imagine what would happen right now around the world, if Lehman happened tomorrow. While we have all this indebtedness from COVID and from Lehman and from the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and the United States, all this debt that we have in the United States, how are we going to be able to weather a Great Depression? We can't. There's no way that we could. So the system could collapse. We may never see the second wave, the second phase that Margaret Thatcher's talking about. But it's something to ponder about, the stability of the economic system.
So I think we are an outlier in terms of fiscal deficit. France has the ability to adjust. It doesn't have the political consensus to do that. So, I think it will either take time or it will take an external shock, which could come in the form of a buyer strikes on French government bonds and a sort of widening of spreads. Something that the UK has experienced not so long ago, and something that may still happen in the UK today. So I think these are concerns that are very legitimate, but are not necessarily idiosyncratic to France. I think the difficulty in what's idiosyncratic to France is that there is no political consensus today in the country to act upon it.
And how much might be...
Hello, Brent. If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans? Compare benefits every time. Come on, you know how complicated.
And how much might be the French people's unhappiness with the inability to deal with this manifest itself? We know that French citizens do know their way to the streets. There was what was it, 2019, I think, the Yellow Jackets. Is there a chance that we could see more protest in the streets of France as this process drags on?
So we're about to find out because left-leaning political parties have called for a day of massive strikes on September 10th. So I think we will see if there is real mobilization. I tend to think that in the short term, the mobilization will be limited. You know, the fact that Prime Minister Bayrou has effectively almost resigned, doesn't, allow, in my view, a sort of popular movement to take hold, because it's not clear exactly what this popular movement would try and secure. But eventually, I think if we continue on this path, I think there will be more mobilization. But I think the French public is a bit schizophrenic. I think it is very unhappy about the state of politics and the state of the economy. But I think there is also a level of consciousness about the fact that, fiscally, this cannot go on forever, and that there will need to be an adjustment of sorts. And so I think this is also what's potentially holding back a bit the French public, is that they are opposed to fiscal cuts, but they also know that in some ways, some of them at least are unavoidable.
And
how is Marine Le Pen?
So they're not willing to take the fiscal cut. This is exactly what Margaret Thatcher was saying and what was going on in England. People didn't want to take the fiscal cuts, even though that they knew that they were having a problem with their budget. They had a problem with finances and growing the economy. So you have this issue with, we're reliving a time period that was very similar to the 70s. And now Ferguson has been saying this. It's like, we're not really like the 80s. We're not like reliving the 80s because of Trump and Reagan and all this. We're reliving the 70s. And he thinks that Trump is more, I don't know if this is true or not. I can understand his perspective with Niall Ferguson, but he thinks that Trump is more like Nixon than Reagan. Now, I think what is happening is there, you see there's a soul root with Trump. I see a soul root it's a composite. It's a mosaic of different presidents. I see it as a mosaic between Washington, because there's a presence when he comes into the room, when Trump comes into the room, there's a presence that he has that takes the air out of the room. It's very similar to writings about George Washington when he walked in the room. That it's just like he commanded the room right away. It's something very similar with Trump. Now that with that long coat and he's walking, that looks very reminiscent, especially like a profile view of Trump, very reminiscent of Washington. So you have that. You have that whole 80s go-go business aspect of Reagan in Trump. I can see that. There's elements of Reagan in there. And I think there's elements of JFK, especially going against the deep state and the assassination attempt and all these things. It's reminiscent. I don't see the soul root of Trump coinciding with Nixon. But Neil Ferguson is saying that there's a lot of similarities. Now, one similarity I can see happening here is that both Nixon and Trump had an establishment that was demonizing them. And both of them never felt that they really fit in, right? For example, at a young age. Nixon was able to go to Harvard, but couldn't because of financial problems, because his parents were poor. He was a Quaker. But he was very smart. And he always felt that he was slighted because he didn't go to Harvard. All right, so that's the Nixon aspect. And so there's something similar that was going on with Trump. Trump was born in Queens. His father was well-to-do. He was successful in real estate and construction, but he wasn't a big player. He was from Queens. He wasn't from Manhattan. So he had to project himself in that whole social light of Manhattan to be the big developer. So he was going against the grain. So this formed his personality, formed Trump's personality to be bombastic, to be bigger than life, to be more than what you really are, to be able to battle through that the negativity and the pushback from established families that were developing New York. Well, that something similar was going on with Nixon. Now, Nixon was more of an intellectual than Trump. And then I think that now Ferguson is seeing this idea that the presidency, executive power, should be exercised without the consent of Congress. So I think that at that time there was this belief within Nixon that there was the battle of what the executive branch can do within the confines of the Constitution. And he went to the extreme. He went to the very edge of it. But there was also a level of paranoia. So with Trump, there is an extreme exercising of power of the executive branch. Is some of it constitutional and some of it not constitutional? Well, the courts are saying some of it is constitutional, some of it's not constitutional. So there is that aspect of over exercising the executive branch's power. But there is also a level of paranoia with them. Nixon was paranoid. And Trump has a level of paranoia. But I understand why. Because you have a deep state that's going after him. Because he's trying to change the cheese. He's trying to move the cheese for these globalists. Now, in terms of street smarts, I'm not sure which one had more street smarts. Because you got to remember that Nixon came from a poor background. And to be able to elevate from a poor background, going through the Great Depression, his brother dying from tuberculosis, having to help his mother, and very strong religious family, and elevating to academic achievement that he was accepted to Harvard but had a decline because he couldn't go. And I think that he brought that hate of the East Coast elite into his soul because he felt as though he was slighted and couldn't be a part of it because of where he came, what his station in life was when he was born. And then when he was also a football player, and he wasn't as athletic as some of the others. So there was that ostracizing too. So this started to build up this paranoia and having to fight and having to prove other people. That similar characteristic you do see in Trump and in Nixon. There's a similarity there, but there are differences. They're different. I think the stature. I mean, if you look at the stature of Nixon in a room compared to Trump in a room, which one has more command of the room? Definitely Trump. Trump's coming from a different soul root. But I can see that there are similarities. But now Ferguson is thinking that the United States is not in the 80s. The United States is in the 70s. And he might be right. There might be, and what happened in the 70s? Inflation, economic turmoil, had geopolitical unrest. You might be right about that. But if he is right, and there's a rhyme of history, then if we are in the 70s, in terms of domestic and international affairs, then after Trump, we'll usher in an 80s age. Now, an 80s, the strange thing is that if we're at the beginning of the 70s, then we're going to have to go through a Democrat president with more hardship economically before we get into the 80s realm, the 80s 2.0. 80s 2.0. Sorry about that. There was a delivery that I had to pick up. So the question is are we living in the 70s or are we living in the 80s? Many people would say, well, we're kind of like 80s 2.0 right now. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe there's going to be the Trump era, and that's the era of Nixon with changes, right? It's not perfect, it's rhyming. And then maybe what's going to happen is that what's going to usher in is a Carter. And that Carter 2.0 makes the economy worse, and this might be this first phase of AI that Margaret Thatcher's talking about back in the 70s. The first phase of the transition with more productive machinery. So you have this, Trump gets out of office, a Democrat comes in, maybe J.D. Vance wins, maybe not, I don't know. But a Democrat comes in after J.D. Vance or before J.D. Vance. And the economy is faltering, high debt, high unemployment, stagflation, a serious bout of inflation. And there's a lot of turmoil that's going on geopolitically. And then all of a sudden, there's a Reagan-esque person that comes in. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting to think about. Is Trump more like Nixon, or is he more like Reagan? Now, I look at things from a soul root point of view. Neil Ferguson doesn't do it that way. And I see the soul roots of Washington, JFK, and Reagan, not Nixon within Trump.
Even at the National Rally playing this, we know that there's no chance of coming in to rescue Macron at this point and do some sort of deal on the budget.
Is this all part of the process, as she sees it, of their march towards 2027 and victory at that point?
Yes, I think the current moment is really is really helpful to her political agenda. You know, she's showing that the country is paralyzed without her. She's showing that traditional parties have failed to put in place economic policies that would help adjust France's yawning deficit. She doesn't have a better plan, but short of a plan, she can also expose that the others are incapable of acting. And I think that alone is helping her greatly. You know, she can say, look, you know, you've tried everything from, you know, the center right to the center to the left. None of these people, even all ganged up together against the Rassemblement National, have been able to run the country in an effective way. So why don't we try something else? So I think the current moment is very helpful to her.
All right, Shaheen, thank you so much for your time this evening, and we'll look at events tomorrow and see how that plays out. Thanks for joining us tonight. Shaheen Bali, the former economic advisor to Macron. If you're a digital subscriber to the Times and Sunday Times, it's not just today's articles you can read, you can have access.
Yeah, let's listen to Trump speak here.
And I wanted to stand and listen to the entire song, but people would have said, look at the ego of that guy. He just wouldn't stop. He just stood there and listened to the applause. But I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank you for doing an incredible job, Pam Bondi. The Attorney General has been unbelievable. Incredible job. And thank you to all of the faith leaders, pastors, and patriots who have come to the Museum of the Bible for this historic meeting of the Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty. These are incredible people. And everybody wanted to be on this commission, and I made a couple of people unhappy, maybe even enemies for life, I don't know. But they all wanted to be on the commission, but we picked the right ones, and they've done really a profound, an amazing job. But America was founded on faith, as we know, and I've been saying it for a long time. And when faith gets weaker, our country seems to get weaker. When faith gets stronger, as it is right now, we're having a very good period of time. After some rough years, good things happen for our country. It's amazing the way it seems to work that way. And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God, and we always will be. The need for this commission has never been more clear than it was last week when the ineffectual senator from Virginia, named Tim Kaine, stated that the notion our rights come from our Creator is, quote, extremely troubling to him. Very troubling, isn't it troubling? Isn't it terrible, though? How he would say something like that, and advocated really by a totalitarian regime. This is what they say. But as everyone in this room understands, it is tyrants who are denying our rights and the rights that come from God. And it's this Declaration of Independence that proclaims we're endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The senator from Virginia should be ashamed of himself for many things. For many things. For things even beyond that, but in his own way, nothing's more important than those words. They were terrible words. As president, I will always defend our nation's glorious heritage, and we will protect the Judeo-Christian principles of our founding, and we will protect them with vigor. We have to bring back religion in America, bring it back stronger than ever before as our country grows stronger and stronger. Our country is now the hottest nation anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, our country was dead. And I say it, 1 year ago, our country was dead. We had leaders from all over the world that talked to me and say, your country's in trouble. And I just left the Middle East, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, a lot of the big countries. Then I was with the heads of NATO, the NATO nations, all of them. Everyone said essentially the same thing, that a year ago your country was dead and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true in every way. But to have a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly. There has to be something after we go through all of this, and that something is God. We go through all of this for a reason. It's not easy, believe me. But I want to thank the Commission's Chairman, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He's been the chairman of my Texas campaign from day one. He's been the chairman of my Texas campaign, and we went through 6 primaries, and we went through everything that we went through, and we won them all. We won everything, including 3 elections. Got the most votes in the history of Texas 3 times. Can you believe that? That's pretty good. I heard that the other day. I like that. But I want to thank you, Dan. You've done a great job and very instrumental in the creation of what we're doing today, as well as a very special friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, so special that he's being honored. He's being honored in a couple of weeks, and I was absolutely not here. It was a very important mission for the country, and because I usually take missions only for the country, but this was for the country, and I said, I can't do that one. I'm going to go back. I'm going to be with Ben Carson at Mount Vernon. I believe it's going to be a pretty good place, pretty good location, right, Ben? But he's been my friend from the beginning, right from the beginning. Should I tell him the story about what you said to me, Ben? The famous words. He was a very tough opponent. We were fighting it out, and we had actually 18 candidates, including me. And Ben came up to me right after the first debate. He said, you know you're going to win, don't you? And I said, no, I don't know that. I think I'm going to win, but I don't know it. 18 people, and I had never done it before. They had all done it. They were all governors and senators, talented people. He said, no, you're going to win it because God wants you to win it. But that didn't stop him when we went through. I said, when is this guy going to quit? You know, he gave me these words of good, and then he goes for weeks and weeks. He was tough. He was a tough one. But we love Ben. Ben's special, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Ben. Thanks also to the commission members, including Secretary Scott Turner, Pastor Paula White, who's been with me from the very beginning, right? Pastor Franklin Graham, great gentleman. Thank you, Pastor. A man I've watched for years on television, but you're not supposed to admit it. You know, it's like with me. People don't like to admit it, but we all watch. Phil McGraw, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. Thank you, Phil. Great guy. He came out early for me. He did a piece on me before the election that was different than any interview I've ever done. He asked me the most personal questions. I said, this guy's really getting personal. But everybody that saw it loved it, so thank you. Thank you very much. Cardinal Timothy Dolan, highly respected man. You come from New York. He was in his own right the king. He was great. And we worked together in the first administration so much on going through that horrible epidemic that we went through. A couple of epidemics we had to go through, a couple of really bad ones, but we worked together, and I helped financially with your church and your schools, keeping your schools going, and it was an honor to do so. Bishop Robert Barron, Bishop, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great job you've done. A man I watch on television a lot. He doesn't believe it, and I do. Eric Ataxis. Where's Eric? Eric? I do watch. He said, you really don't. I said, I really do. I said, you have to have more confidence in this. Your show is excellent. And he's a great guy. And he wants me to call it the Super Centennial. He said Super Centennial. And I think we're going to do that. Let's change it. I really like that idea because we call it the 250 Centennial, but it's really not. It's really just below the tri, right? So we're going to call it Super Centennial then, okay? Let's do that. Will you please make the change? All of my people that are all over the room, please make that change. a wonderful person who I've known for a long time, Kelly Shackelford. Kelly. Thank you very much. Good job. Ryan Anderson. Ryan, thank you. Congratulations. Gary Bower and Allison Ho. Gary? Two great people. And we're also joined by the chairman of the Faith and Freedom Coalition, Ralph Reed. There's Ralph. Ralph, you help so much. You know, Ralph, I think, hit more doorbells than anybody else I met. Millions and millions. What was the number, Ralph? 10 million. And it's true. You know, somebody else would say, well, was it really? And it was. People were saying he was all over the place. Thank you very much, Ralph. I appreciate it. We'll never forget it. Thank you. Let me also thank everyone at the Museum of the Bible, including Steve and Jackie Green. The job they've done is just incredible. It's, I want to say their entire families here. I want them to all hear it, but they founded this beautiful museum to honor the most widely read book in history. And the job they've done is amazing. I asked, which museum does the best? You know, I always like to find that out. And numerous times they're saying to the Museum of the Bible that more people come here than anyone else. You probably won't read that in the newspapers or the media, but this is an amazing place and it does tremendously well, so respected. And they built it up and it was a labor of love. Well, it's nice that he's rich as hell, too. It always helps. Where are you? Where are you guys? Where are they? Look at that. They don't even get good location. See, if I did the Museum of the Bible, it wouldn't be as successful, but I'd be sitting right here. No, I'd be sitting up here. You've done a great job. Everybody's talking about it. It's I got a little involved with museums, you know, because I had a little problem with the Smithsonian. We like a little more positivity. It was all about all the bad things in our country. I said, what about the good things we've done? So I got a little involved. With that. And they're making, honestly, they're making changes. You know, they were also told what to do by people that came before me, in all fairness. But they're making changes. Big changes are being made at the Smithsonian. But I just want to thank the Green family because what you've done here is incredible. Thank you very much. For thousands of years, the Bible has shaped civilization, ethics, art, and literature, and it's brought hope, healing, and transformation to untold millions and millions of lives. The Bible is also an important part of the American story. That's why I'm delighted to announce that just moments ago, I personally delivered the Trump family Bible given to me by my mother. I remember the time she gave it to me. It was used in both my inaugurations and also display at the museum, and I guess it will now be displayed right in the heart of our nation's capital, right here, and that's an honor. That's an honor. We're here this morning to discuss the grave threats to religious liberty in American schools. You know what's going on. We all know what's going on. But I will tell you, a lot of progress has been made in the last 8 months. Tremendous progress, more than I thought we could make in so many ways. Not only that, the woke agenda is practically gone. It's deep-seated. We have to make sure it's out. It's very bad. It's like a weed. You think you killed it, and then it starts growing again. So we have to be careful. But it's very, very different than it was. You look at West Point, how proud they are of their heritage. They did something this week which I thought was appropriate. Some of you know what that is. Does anybody know what that is? Yeah, I like it. I like it. Oh, look at who we have over here. We have your associate, Pam, huh? Leo 2.0. Hey. Well, we have Leo here. Is he doing a good job, Pam? That's great. He said, DOJ, he's a great man. He's a great friend of mine for a long time. I'm glad I got to see him. I would have been in big trouble, Pam, if I didn't see him. But thank you, Leo, very much. I appreciate it. For most of our country's history, the Bible was found in every classroom in the nation. Yet in many schools today, students are instead indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, and some are even punished for their religious beliefs. And very, very strongly punished. It's ridiculous. Joining us this morning is Hannah Allen from Honey Grove, Texas. A few years ago, Hannah organized a group of her classmates to pray for an injured peer. The school principal declared that Hannah's generous act of love was prohibited from taking place in front of the other students. Didn't like it. The principal didn't like it. Can you imagine? But Hannah very strongly stood her ground and she won. And Hannah, I just want to thank you for letting the light of your faith shine for all of those to see. We really appreciate it. And where is Hannah? Is Hannah here someplace? I think so. Hannah, stand up, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know what you went through. It's great. Appreciate it. To support students like Hannah, I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools. And it's total protection. Thank you, Hannah. Great job. See what you did, Hannah? Who knew? Who knew that was going to happen, right? Thank you, Hannah. Also with us is 12-year-old Shay Encinas from California. Last year in 5th grade, Shay was forced to read a book to a kindergarten student promoting a message of radical gender ideology that is contrary to his religious beliefs and ours. I'd like to have Shay come up and tell the story. It's an amazing story. Shay, please come up.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Hi, I'm Shay Encinas. I've been a Christian my whole life, and Jesus means everything to me. When I was in 5th grade, my school forced me to teach my kindergarten buddy about changing his gender using a book called My Shadow is Pink. The book said you can choose your gender based on feelings instead of how God made us. I knew this was not right, and I was afraid of getting in trouble. After my family spoke up, the school treated us badly, and kids started bullying me and my brother because of our faith. And the school did nothing to stop it. It hurt a lot, but I kept trusting God. I believe kids like me should be able to live on faith at school without being forced to go against what we believe. I hope no other family has to go through what mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Great job. That was delivered well, wasn't it? On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on our youth. We also banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. We got men out of women's sports. How tough was that? But could you imagine, seriously, I'm just thinking to myself, transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the different things we talk about, it's insane. And if you were here 15, 20 years ago, and if somebody made a speech about transgender for everyone, I always say transgender because for everyone. Transgender, we have some states that actually can force it upon you without the parents' notification or approval. It's not even believable. But can you imagine men playing in women's sports? So you're up 15 years ago, I guess, probably 10 years ago, but 15 years ago when somebody said, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, people would look at the person and say, what's he talking? Is he crazy? It happened. And not only that, the Democrats don't want to give it up. I watched the congressman fighting like crazy this weekend for men having the right to play in women's sports. And they don't understand, but I don't want to really fight them on that. I tell all the Republicans, let them go. Let them go. Just bring it up about a week before the election. Because you don't want to talk about it. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I say, Dan, it's a 97-3 issue, okay? And transgender's about the same. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing. It's the world gone wrong. It's the world gone wrong. And I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. You're going to hate this. Male and female. You're going to hate it. And we got rid of a very sinister thing, the Johnson Amendment, so that pastors can speak the truth that's in their hearts. You know, I'll tell you, I was in a boardroom early on. Paula was there. A couple of people in the room were there. But we had about 50 pastors, some rabbis. We had people from a few different religions. And I was just running. I'd never done it before. So it was very early in the campaign. It was in early 2016. And Trump Tower was 68 stories up in the air, a beautiful boardroom, and places loaded up with these people, and they were all excited. And then at the end, I said, I'd love to have your support. And the room went dead silent. Do you remember it? It's like, I said, what happened? I know you like me. What happened? Well, would like to talk to you about it later. Anyway, I said, all right, but if we could leave and we'll have another meeting maybe, but I would love to have your support. And there was, again, no answer. And I said, well, we'll figure this out. And I went to Paula and some of the others after. And I said, could I ask you, I know when I'm doing well, when I'm doing poorly, and I was doing really well. And then when I asked for support, it was like stone cold silence. They said, we have something called the Johnson Amendment, that if a pastor, minister, rabbi, imam, anybody says anything about politics, you can lose your tax exempt status. I said, you gotta be kidding. So that's what happened. And they were petrified of it. Remember that? Nobody wanted to talk about it. They were absolutely, they became a different group of people. And I pledged to them at the next meeting, we had another meeting a couple of weeks later with a similar group of people. I pledged to them that if I win, we're going to get rid of the Johnson Amendment. This was Lyndon Johnson, who had a tremendous fight with a minister from, I believe it was Houston or Dallas. And they didn't like each other. And Lyndon Johnson was a very powerful president. He had good power, good strength. He ended up being very weakened by the position, but he had tremendous power. He was a big deal maker. And he got that done, which is pretty amazing that he could get that done. Everybody fought him, but he got it done. He pushed it through Congress, where you lose your tax exempt status if you even utter a word about politics. And that was amazing when I heard that. I never heard of that before. And I said, we're going to get rid of it. And we got rid of it. You have got, because you're the people we want to hear from. We want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from a lot of people. I hear from too many people. You're the people we respect. Franklin is incredible. All of the people that are up here, I want to hear from these people. And they come from a different place than me. I come from a business place where there's a lot of rough people, bad people, not really religious people. There are some. But you're the people that I want to hear. That's why we go to church on Sundays, or we go to wherever we are to listen to people of faith. And it was horrible. I said, you mean, when I heard that, and I said to the other people, that means that you should be the most powerful people on earth, in a sense, and yet you have less power. And I pointed down to Fifth Avenue, which was 68 stories below, and I said, that means that anybody on Fifth Avenue, in theory, has more power than you do. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the opposite. We have to give your voices back. And I've given you voices back, and that's one of the reasons that we see upticks now, I think, in religion. So it's very important. Right? Remember that moment where I said, I'd love to have your support, ladies and gentlemen? And it was like dead silence. I said, there's something going on. And we figured it out. We did something about it. So thank you. Thank you very much to Paul. But upon taking office, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against religious believers and pardoned the pro-life activist thrown in jail by Joe Biden for saying. You know, people don't realize about the Biden administration. It was a very mean administration. He's a mean guy, actually. Not a smart guy, never was, but he was a mean guy. No, he was a mean guy. And he knew enough about what was going on. He wasn't like some of the people that surrounded him on the Resolute, the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. They were stone cold mean. But Joe Biden and the Biden, they were mean people. What they did to people, what they did to J6, what they did to so many people, they were mean people. These were really radical, horrible people. And he wasn't that way 20 years ago. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, but he was a man who wasn't overly mean that I saw, but boy, he became really mean, and his administration was one of the meanest we've ever had, and that's why they're out of here. And people, they're having a hard time getting jobs, and that's the way it should be, because they were bad. They did tremendous disservice to this country, including allowing 25 million people from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, all over the world. They were entered our country from jails. The prison population of Venezuela was emptied out into our country. And that's what we're doing now. I spend so much of our time, Tom Holman and the people that have worked on this so hard. You know, Christy Noam, all of them, they've worked on it so hard. It's like an unforced error. And to allow people into our country who are there are evil people. We're all people of religion, but there are evil people, and we have to confront that. I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and saw it. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country. And I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well-read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about it. We hear about anti-Semitic, but you don't hear about anti-Christian. They have a strong anti-Christian bias, but we're ending that rapidly, I will tell you. So we're in a much different world today than we were 1 year ago. This is what and to support parents' rights, we're fighting, as you know, for school choice, which most people want. Most people want it. I'll tell you. Dan was responsible for getting it along with the governor of Texas. They got it in Texas, and we helped you a little bit. They needed about 20 votes from the legislature. He said, could you make a phone call to whoever they were, the legislators, who I like a lot. But they were about 20 votes short, and they have been for about 10 years. I said, all right, let's give it a shot. So I gave a big talk to who were they, senators? They were
House members, but you also helped us defeat about 15 anti-school choice.
That's right. We defeated a lot of anti-school choice. But anyway, he got it done. So congratulations. That was a big accomplishment. But as part of our tax cuts, we created a massive tax credit for school choice scholarships so that you can send your child to a school that shares your values, and you get tax credits and all sorts of good things happening. And I'm also taking action against anti-Semitic and anti-Christian bias in our institutions of higher learning. You've been watching that play out. They're making very substantial settlements. And Leo's involved and Pam Bondi's involved. We've launched. You know, we're getting hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements, Pam, and Leo called me up, sir, you can do better than that. I said, what am I going to do? I'm going to get one where he really likes it. But he always said, everyone says, that's amazing. Except for Leo. He says, sir, you could have gotten more. Oh, good. Thanks, Leo. But we've launched sweeping civil rights and Title IX investigations into more than 60 colleges going on currently and universities to stop their violations of civil liberties and First Amendment freedoms. And, you know, we're involved very much in Harvard. That's one that people seem to be reading about more than others. We have many going. And other than having a radical left judge, we have a very radical left judge. But, you know, the appellate courts have been really good to us. So you go before some of these judges, no matter how good a case you have, you can't win. But we've had a lot of them, but we've done very well on at the appellate level. And in the case of Harvard, we have an absolute radical left judge, disgraceful, should not even be there. But we're doing very well with Harvard, and we're doing very well with all of them. And where we don't win at the lower courts, which sometimes we do. In some states, we get a very fair shake. In other states, it's not even possible. But we've done very well at the appellate level and at the United States Supreme Court. But this includes an unprecedented $200 million payment from Columbia University. Columbia paid us $200 billion essentially in fines and penalties. But many more settlements are soon to follow. And they're going to be behaving because they understand we're coming back. They would not let you have your voice. They wouldn't let the people in this room, any of them, have the voice, because that's not the voice they wanted to hear from. They wanted to hear from a very sinister voice, and we're not going to allow that. In recent years, we've seen far too many violent attacks perpetrated against Americans of faith, beautiful Americans of faith, including in our schools and places of worship. And you know about it more than I do. 2 weeks ago in Minneapolis, a demonic killer shot 21 people and murdered the 2 precious children at a Catholic school. Can you believe that? Hard to believe. And time goes by and people say, oh, I sort of remembered, but I remembered, I'll always remember it. What a horrible thing. Too many happens too much. Our hearts are shattered for the families of those beautiful children. And I've made clear, Attorney General Pam Bondi is working really hard. We must get answers about the causes of these repeated attacks, and we're working very, very hard on that. The Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it. And there was also a horrible killing recently in Charlotte, I talked about, and so many others, and we're going to get to the end of it. And you know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. This cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon. In many cases, going out and killing again. Cashless bail. And you try and reason with people like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it. And we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out. You know, Washington, D.C., you'll be happy to know, is a free and safe zone. It's so safe right now. It was one of the most dangerous. Can you believe it? So, you know, you see the beautiful buildings, but we're going to also do an upgrade because a lot of the beautiful buildings have a little graffiti on them. They have roads that aren't proper. They have medians that are bad and falling down into the road, dividers. We have things that we have to take care of and beautify. We want to beautify. Very little work will be done. I'm very good at that. That's what I really did the best in life, probably. I said, was I a better builder or a politician? They said, I think you were a better builder, sir. I said, I didn't know if I was happy about that or not. But but I was a really good builder, and I'll fix this place up for peanuts. I'll fix it up. We'll put in new dividers. All the evidence are all rotted, rusting, and falling down on the road. Potholes all over the place. We're gonna have this place looking beautiful within 12 months. Even the little white tiles in the tunnels, you go through the tunnels and there's the little white tiles. They've been up for about 60 years, and like there's pieces missing. And you can't match them, believe me, you can't. You try and match them, it never works. You can't. They've been up 60 years, you don't get the same match no matter what you do. But we'll take all those tiles off, and you're gonna have beautiful white tile tunnels again. And everything's gonna be really the way it should be. Because when foreign leaders come, I had to take down the tents. We had over 58 tent cities that we took down right in the middle of our parks, right next to our great buildings, Supreme Court. You'd have a tent city right there. Nobody would ever tell them to do it. We had a blue tent right on Lafayette, and they seemed to have a permit. And one of the fake news media was asking me the other day, what about the blue tent? What blue tent? Because all the tents, somehow these people were very well connected with the communist cause. And I said, there's a tent up there? Really? Yeah. And he was a friendly reporter for a change. He said, it's terrible that the tent. I said, I didn't know that. I'm surprised. And I checked and it was. And we got it down very quickly. It's down. It wasn't easy. People chained themselves to a tree and this and that, but that's okay. They can chain themselves if they want. That was a tough one. That's been there for years. It's been there for many years. We took it down. Came down very quickly down. So I hope Attorney General Bondi will be looking into some of these things, and I really know that some of them she's done such an incredible job. She's got a lot of pressure on her not to do these things by a certain group of people that I guess don't love our country, or there's some ideology that they're just indoctrinated with. But she's going to do a fantastic job, and we're waiting for a call from Chicago. We'll fix Chicago. And again, DC is right now so safe you can go out. Friends of mine called, one in particular, he's been in DC for a long time. And he said, I haven't gone out in 4 years for dinner with my wife. The restaurants were all closing because people were afraid, even if they were in the restaurant, it didn't matter. They were held up. Guys would walk in with guns into a restaurant. And that's over. It's not happening. It's now safe. And this man said, I've gone out to dinner in the last week and a half 4 times. And I am so safe. My wife could meet me at the restaurant. She could walk by herself. There's zero threat. The National Guard working with the police, working with the mayor. The mayor has, that's not her ideology. And now I think it maybe is her ideology. She's taking a lot of heat, too, from the radical left. They don't like that she's allowing it. But look, she's going to either allow it or we'll just do it because, it's just, but she understands. She understands that. But I can tell you the people of DC are thrilled. I have never had so many people. The other day I had a big scrum in front of me of the press. And I said, everybody here, or many of you have been mugged, right? And they're all going like, and these aren't people necessarily on our side. They're all going, yes, what about you? Yes, it's true. I was a couple of times. Every one of them. It's crazy. It's not going to happen anymore. So right now we went from one of the most, some people say the worst, the most violent city. Can you imagine our capital being the most violent city? But it was really bad into a totally safe zone. It's called the safe zone city. There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. They said, no. It's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. They'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. But we are a safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the White House if you work there. You can walk to the Capitol. And even the Democrats, I can't believe it, but they don't want to admit it, but I can't believe it. We could do the same thing in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We did it. We saved Los Angeles. We saved Los Angeles, Dan. You know that. Los Angeles was a mess. If we didn't send our troops in, Gavin Newsom would have had a real problem. We sent our troops. The head police officer, the top person, said we could have never done this alone. We sent our troops right in at the beginning and we killed it. And it was nasty, but we killed it immediately. And I don't know why Chicago isn't calling us saying, please give us help. When you have, over just a short period of time, 50 murders and hundreds of people shot, and then you have a governor that stands up and says how crime is just fine. It's really crazy. But we're bringing back law and order to our country. And I began my remarks today by noting that the reverence for our Creator, we have reverence for our Creator. It is inscribed into our Declaration of Independence, a copy of which I have very proudly hanging in the Oval Office, an original copy, very old, beautiful copy. Next year, we will celebrate 250 years since that declaration was signed as part of the grand. Well, this is really a commemoration like I think we're going to try and do a commemoration like nobody's ever seen before. But we've invited America's great faith communities to pray for our nation and for our people and for peace in the world. And it's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have an amazing time. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have 250. Okay, the Super Centennial, as our man would say. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be maybe bigger than both of those events. You know, when I was president, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics. I got them to choose us, Los Angeles. And I was very proud of it. The only problem was I wasn't going to be president because I would have served out normally my time. And then you had some very bad people who rigged an election, and look what happened. I end up getting the Olympics, the World Cup, and big athletes. It's amazing the way God works, isn't it? Isn't it amazing the way God...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. It's going to increase your energy. You're going to have more ATP. Your cells are going to perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. And ubiquinol protects neurons. Very important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Take ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. You can't get anything better than what I have in my hand in terms of CoQ10. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ubiquinol, and protect your neurons. And stack it with NAD+. NAD+ increases your energy levels. NAD+ repairs your DNA damage and your mitochondrial DNA, so your cells perform better, and it protects your neurons. Stack it together for that neural stack. It stacks also well with C60, resveratrol, clarity factor, good night formula. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and protect your neurons. Really important. Why? Because you're going to start noticing within the next 5 years, many people having early onset of dementia. And even if that doesn't happen, which it will, but even if that doesn't happen, you want to protect your neurons so when you get into your geriatric years, you actually have better neural function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the ubiquinol and the NAD+.
A great party and a great celebration. And I'd like to ask a very good friend of mine, Secretary Scott Turner, to come up and say a few words about some of the things we're doing. And Scott, please take it away.
Well, good morning. So grateful to be here. What an honor it is to stand.
All right, let's pivot to another part of this, some other news. I want to go over Trump gives up on China. This is Times Radio.
New York drivers, do not pay your auto insurance bill until you hear this. The truth is, they're legally robbing you every time you pay for car insurance. Here's the deal.
All of these different signals are leading people to question
whether the US really still has the willingness to confront China.
Mark, in your excellent column in the Sunday Times, you've been reflecting on President Xi's military parade last week. It was sort of quite unlike anything we've seen, at least in recent times. Was it seen as a massive diplomatic success in Beijing as well?
Well, yeah, I guess they're really pleased with it. I mean, generally, they don't do it that often, this type of huge national display of military might. So, yes, I guess they are pretty pleased with it. And I guess they're pleased with bringing in the leaders they did, from Putin to Narendra Modi, Kim Jong-un, all of these people there in Beijing, you know, very much showing that Xi Jinping is at the center of events as they would see it. I think something else really interesting has been going on with China and its relationship with the US. There's quite a lot of evidence now that the US is preparing to change its big strategic idea, which for quite some time, I mean, even if you go back to Presidents Obama, Biden, this idea that China was the big challenge, sometimes the word threat was used, but the big generational challenge for the US has been quite central, particularly to US security and military policy. And there's been some leaks that the Trump administration is about to abandon that policy and to say that homeland defense is the prime goal of the US national security establishment. Now, assuming that's true, that causes a lot of disquiet in places like Taiwan, where not only have they had to see the parade and all the new weaponry that China might, under certain circumstances, throw at them, but this sort of central idea in Taiwan's security policy over the last decades that, well, if things got really bad, the Americans would come to their help, is now open to question far more. So that's what I was writing about on Sunday, is whether Xi is now arranging things in such a way and capitalizing on America's desire to actually step back from the trade war that Donald Trump initially launched, are actually creating circumstances where China could change the position of Taiwan, bring it back to unification with the People's Republic without a large war.
Well, I mean, you're right that, I mean, I hadn't been aware of the extent to which the opposition in Taiwan could be exploited to China's favor. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, there's a bit of an old paradox here. I mean, if you know a little bit about Chinese history and the Civil War, the people who fought the communists were a party called the Kuomintang. And they were the people under their leader, Chiang Kai-shek, who effectively, the last corner of China they still had when the communists won the Civil War was Taiwan. And so Chiang Kai-shek was the founder of the state. Now, over time, what's happened is the Kuomintang have become more and more Beijing friendly. That sounds curious. The party, of course, still nominally supports the existence of democratic Taiwan.
The reason for this, because I read a book about this, the reason for this is that both parties, Mao in communist China and Chiang Kai-shek, were Chiang Kai-shek, I think it's pronounced. They both believed in the idea of a one China. But the perspective was, should it be run by the communists or should it be run by a non-communist party? But unfortunately, both Mao and Chiang Kai-shek were dictatorial. And we got involved because we were trying to fight the Russians.
But they have become a substantial pro-Beijing faction in the Taiwanese parliament. And there's another one too, all of which means that the Democratic Party that the president heads and was elected in 2024 is a minority government in parliamentary terms. There are opposition parties, in other words, that have more seats in parliament than his party. And there's quite a bit of concern that if push came to shove, if there was a big crisis, let's say China had surrounded Taiwan and was saying that it was going to intercept shipping and turn back flights that were coming in there as part of a ratcheting up of security pressure, that some of these parties might combine and say, look, we don't want a war with China. Let's stop this kind of misunderstanding and tension happening. Let's get delegation in from the People's Republic into Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, to sort of liaise and make sure things don't go wrong. That sort of scenario is the scenario now that I think many people in the region believe is possible if China chooses a moment in the next year or two to ratchet up military pressure, but short of all-out war, and at the same time exploit the kind of political groundwork and information warfare that it's been doing in Taiwan for many years to bring to a head the kind of what you might call the pro-peace camp, or the people who don't support, outright confrontation with China, to bring about a kind of soft union of the two countries.
I mean, this would be a real paradigm shift from America as well, because when America sort of made it plain that it intended, or at least wished, to retreat militarily from Europe and disengage itself from Ukraine to the extent that was possible, this was generally understood as being a pivot to Asia, in order to be able to devote more resources to Asia. If they're planning on pulling out of Asia effectively as well, this is a very different sort of America, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you're completely right. I mean, this is potentially a really big shift. I mean, I don't think even the people who apparently are putting this new national security strategy forward from the Pentagon believe in pulling out of Asia. But what it apparently does is relegates the competition or confrontation with China to secondary status. It would cease to be the main national security objective of US policy. And that's certainly got some people in London. I know that there's been some discussion in the government feeling that Trump no longer has the will to confront China. And his abortive hiking of tariffs and then stepping back, and the fact that he's pretty keen now, fairly obviously, to get a deal done with China, has meant that he's done various things to try and soothe the atmosphere. For example, stopped a visit of the Taiwanese defense minister to Washington that was due to happen. So all of these different signals are leading people to question whether the US really still has the willingness to confront China over the Taiwan issue. And coming back to the parade that you started this topic with, the idea that the US could suffer a military reverse, that China might overmatch them, in a confrontation very close to the Chinese mainland, in which they could bring to bear all this weaponry that they were showing off. And they really do have deep stocks of missiles and large numbers of fighters and warships that they could bring into action around Taiwan, is also, I think, causing people in the Pentagon to wonder whether it's a confrontation that they could possibly succeed in. So yeah, it's big. It's big in terms of if this is indeed right, and there's been some leaks over the weekend about this, that the national security strategy will step back from rivalry with China as the main US goal, or seeing off the Chinese threat. It is really important, and I think the idea that the defense of the homeland becomes the new number one priority is consistent, of course, with what we've seen both with the immigration, the use of the armed forces to deport people, and this emerging situation in the Caribbean, where Trump seems to want to raise the pressure on the narco cartels, destroying a boat last week and putting large numbers of US Navy warships and fighter aircraft into the area. So it is potentially, I think, very significant, all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, thank you very much, That is Mark Urban. You can hear him this time every month.
If Trump backs away from Taiwan, then you're talking about China putting pressure on the Japanese, on South Korea, on Australia, on the Philippines. It's going to be, quote, a domino that's going to fall. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gels. I have it in the quick dispenser or in the tube form. Get some for work, get some for the home. Really important to have, especially for the fall and the winter season that's coming up. It's dual purpose. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, and it'll help to heal it quicker. And if you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You cannot do that with Perel. This stays active for 5.5 hours. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gels. You're gonna need them, especially for the fall and the winter season. I also have structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of the toothpaste, all right, for your household. Has no fluoride. They'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum line health, and reduce inflammation at the gum line. Super important. It's made from structural nano silver. Really important to take. And you should be using this especially during the fall and the winter season. Another really important product that helps to boost up your immune system, Cleanse. 30 parts per million or max 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20-30 seconds, and swallow it. It's gonna help with the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, maintain that mucosal barrier, and help the health of the epithelial lining. You're gonna need this. And guess what? We're getting into the fall season. We're getting into the winter season. You need to start boosting up that immune system. Take it every day. I've been doing this protocol for over 5 years, every day, teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose. And lastly, I have dual purpose deodorants made from essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality, no aluminum, no baking soda, just natural ingredients from the Himalayas. All right, guess what? It's for males and females. You use it as a deodorant, and it will detoxify your body at the same time. And when you're detoxifying your body regularly, like every day, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household, take it, detoxify your body. Super important. Please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen in with Gordon Chang.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation.
The FBI is investigating a bombshell report that claims Chinese hackers pretended to be top U.S. lawmaker John Molnar during trade talks last July. A series of emails were sent seeking insight on negotiations from top law firms, trade groups, and federal agencies. The Wall Street Journal calling it the latest in a series of alleged cyber espionage campaigns linked to Beijing. Time to potentially deploy spyware against organizations giving input on President Trump's trade negotiations. Trade talks between Washington and Beijing are slow going. The Journal reporting China's latest negotiation tactic: keep talking, give no ground. But Beijing's still feeling the pressure of the tariffs on trans-shipments from China. Exports to the U.S. plunged 33% for August. Overall growth slowed to its weakest in 6 months. Joining us now is Gavestone Institute senior fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, your reaction to all of this?
Well, I think the most important thing is that we don't have those trade talks moving forward. And I think the reason is because of political turmoil in Beijing. When Xi Jinping's future is uncertain, nobody in the Chinese capital, especially Xi himself, feels safe in making concessions. So I don't think there's going to be any clarity after 2 things happen. One of them is that next month, the Communist Party Central Committee holds its 4th plenum, and people think that one way or another, Xi's future is going to be clarified. The other thing is at the end of October, you have the APEC meeting in San Francisco, in South Korea, and there Trump and Xi Jinping might actually sit down on the sidelines of the meeting. There might be some clarity after that, but still, I think that Xi Jinping is going to tough this out.
Interesting that you say that, Liz.
Well, yeah, I think that the question is, after that incredible show of force and might, having Narendra Modi and the Russians and everybody, I mean, Xi seems very powerful. Are you suggesting that possibly at the plenum next month he might be deposed?
or sidelined or have his wings clipped. That's entirely possible.
Boy, that would be shocking, wouldn't it?
It would be it'd be stunning. I mean, but right now we know that there is instability at the top of the regime, especially at the top of the military, where Xi Jinping's loyalists are being disappeared, and the rumors are that some of them have been actually executed. We don't know, but there are objective factors that suggest Xi Jinping has lost substantial influence in the military. On the civilian side, the evidence is not so clear. But, this has been something that people have been talking about for quite some time. Maria has been actually on this now for about 8 or 9 months. So there's something going on.
You have been talking about it for a long time, that there is this instability. I mean, but to have it actually come to a head would be pretty remarkable.
What would be remarkable, Liz, is that after all of Xi Jinping's failures over the course of a decade, nothing happens.
There's that.
Well, and I think, by the way, just pivoting back to something that Liz brought up, though, is it, that axis of evil show that we got between Modi and Xi and Putin, and then obviously Kim Jong-un factoring North Korea into this. I mean, this is, despite the sanctions on Russia, despite the trade negotiations, the tariffs on China, these leaders seem to be thumbing their nose at the United States. That's got to be infuriating to the administration right now, especially what they saw last week.
Yeah, but this axis has been in place for a very long time, and it's just we Americans have refused to acknowledge it. But certainly Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, they see the world in the same terms, and they've been coordinating their policies for more than a decade. So, yeah, I mean, what we saw was a demonstration of it, but this has been going on a long time. But also, the other thing about Wednesday's big military parade, I think the Chinese are boasting about weapons that they may not have. Because we have seen in the last 3 to 4 weeks, there's been an unprecedented propaganda from Communist Party and central government media outlets about how good their weapons are. I just think they're boasting a little bit too much right now, so I'm suspicious about how good this stuff is. Because if it was really good, they wouldn't be telling us all the details that we've learned over the last month.
Meanwhile, they've been slow rolling the critical minerals that we need for our defense industry, which we've talked about. I want to ask you about this too, because China's been boosting, this is a report, boosting LNG trade with Russia.
Right.
Another test for the Trump administration. The president's been vocal about frustrations with Russia and India for getting so close to Beijing, especially after that huge military parade that you just mentioned. But at the same time, that the president wrote on Truth Social, looks like we've lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. What do you make about that comment from President Trump? And by the way, just watch this real quick.
Mr. President, who do you blame for losing India and China? Your post earlier today in the morning, you didn't put that out.
I don't think we have. I've been very disappointed that India would be buying so much oil, as you know, from Russia. And I let them know that. We put a very big tariff on India, 50% tariff, very high tariff. I get along very well with Modi, as you know. He was here a couple of months ago.
What do you make of all of that, especially that post and then those comments from President Trump? What's happening here in your opinion?
Well, I think President Trump walked that back a little bit, and he should, because we haven't lost India to China. Remember, Modi, although he did go to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting in Tianjin, he did not go to the parade. And that was a message to China and to the world that he did not want to be part of this anti-Western group that China and Russia and North Korea and Iran are forming. But Modi has a point. I mean, he says, look, we're really unhappy with the 25% tariff that the United States imposed on India for buying Russian oil. He said it was unjustified. No, it was not unjustified. That tariff was a good thing for President Trump to do. But Modi has a point when he said it was unfair, because we did not also impose the 25% tariff on China, and China's been buying more Russian oil than India has. As a matter of fact, India, after that tariff, has scaled back Russian purchases, while China's taken up the slack. So Trump needs to do something about China really quick.
Absolutely, absolutely. Gordon Chang, it's always great to see you. Thank you for joining us on set today.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic.
All right, let's take a look at listen in to CNBC here. New York Fed survey finds the outlook for job seekers hit record low.
We're getting some breaking news out of the New York Fed. Steve Leisman has it for us. Morning, Steve.
There, thanks. Data from the New York Fed showing inflation expectations coming in largely unchanged for August. An important report for the Fed as they move to consider and likely deliver the first interest rate cut in 9 months. 1 year ahead, inflation expectations up 0.1% to 3.2. The 3-year and the 5-year, the ones the Fed pays more attention to, unchanged, however, at 2.9, 3 to 2.9%. All are above that 2% target. It's the third consecutive gain for the 1 year ahead number, which is now running very close to the core inflation rate, but the longer term numbers are at least stable. New York Fed saying that rent price expectations declined by 1% to 6%, food unchanged at 5.5%. It's a critical week for data, with markets having gotten the stag part of the stagflation equation last week in the week jobs numbers report, and the inflation part, well, we'll see if it comes this week. You have the benchmark revisions Tuesday, Wednesday producer price inflation, Thursday consumer prices. New York Fed said in their consumer expectations report saying spending growth expectations grew by 0.1% to 5%. Probability of finding a job, though, go to the lowest level of the series, and that's since 2013, and that's almost 6% down. Mean unemployment expectations rising to 39.1%, up 1.7 percentage points. The probability of losing a job rising 0.1 to 14.5%. A question the Fed has to answer is the extent to which its own tight policies may be keeping these expectations in check. So the looser policies can unloose those expectations, guys.
I brought up this issue of Fed credibility and credibility in U.S. financial assets because I was zeroing in on Ken Griffin's op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today, Steve. And one thing he talked about was higher interest rates is one place you would see it, elevated long-term rates if there was a loss of credibility, say on the debt and but also on the Fed's ability to control inflation. And then he also talked about inflation expectations potentially being unanchored as a place to see it. I'm just wondering what your take is on all this.
Well, it's an important part of how the Fed believes that inflation works. It works through an expectations channel, and keeping it under control is a big part of how the Fed thinks it keeps inflation under control. None of this operates, I think, Sarah, you know, on a month-to-month basis. It's a long-term game the Fed tries to play. That's why next week, look not only at what the Fed does in terms of cutting rates, but look at the SEP, the long-term expectations. If the Fed says rates are coming down over time, that's going to potentially loosen expectations. So the Fed has to play a long game here, and it plays a game through its forecast, through its expectations. And so it's something you may not want to mess with. Right now, it seems like the market is looking through the pressure from the administration on the Fed, but that may be more because of current situation rather than over the long term where you could have an erosion.
Women can money with the best of them. So let's lift each other up. Our voices, our dreams, and our future network.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula will help you to get into 3 to 4 or 5 cycles of REM sleep a night, so you can consolidate your memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and be well rested in the morning. Super important, because when you're detoxifying your central nervous system, you're reducing the stress within that brain of yours, and you're helping the health of the neurons. If there's lots of toxins that aren't being removed from the central nervous system, you're going to start having neurodegeneration. So it's really important to have good sleep and to detoxify your central nervous system. In addition, by having regular sleep, REM cycle sleeps, and deep sleep, you're going to be consolidating that memory. So people that have good sleep regularly actually age slower. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Goodnight Formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower to be able to get into those 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that you need. I also have a dual purpose supplement, the digestive enzyme complex. This digestive enzyme complex helps you to absorb and break down your carbohydrates, your proteins, and your lipids. and it reduces the stress on your pancreas. If you're 40 years of age or older, your pancreas doesn't function as well as when you were younger, no matter how healthy you are. So it's important to help your pancreas by taking the digestive enzyme complex and breaking up your carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. This also has bromelain in it. That will help to break up clots. But the proteolytic enzymes that are in here also help to break up glycoproteins. You're going to need this in the fall and the winter. Trust me. So not only does it help you to digest, and it's easier to absorb and puts less stress on the pancreas, but it helps to break up clots and break up glycoproteins. And the S protein is a glycoprotein. You're going to need this in the fall and the winter. Now you can take my advice or don't take my advice. It's up to you. Now, the foundation for a good health stack, a good anti-aging health stack, is to take a multivitamin and a probiotic. That's the foundation you build off of it. The complete multivitamin has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity. You have the cofactors that those enzymes need so the cells perform properly. It's easy to digest. Take it every day, drink it with filtered water. And take it with a probiotic. I have two versions of the probiotic. You can get it in a powdered version, which is the way I take it because I take all these different powders like Gladiator Barley and Boomer Boost and the collagen and the lignans. Or you can take the MB40 probiotic. Both are very high quality. And by taking a good probiotic, your gut biome is going to improve. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. Your metabolism will improve. Your mucosal lining in your gut will get thicker. You're going to have higher concentrations of IgA that will help to boost up your immune system. Your communication between your gut and your liver will improve. Your metabolism is going to be revved up. If you have a good, healthy liver, you're going to be able to detoxify your body because a major detox organ is your liver. But not only that, your liver makes proteins and helps to process sugars and bile and process cholesterol. So it's really important to have a healthy liver. So by improving your gut health, you're improving the communication between your gut and your liver. And improving your gut health improves your brain function. What's going to happen is you're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to consolidate memory, and you're going to be more well-rested. And again, by having good sleep, you're detoxifying your central nervous system. And with a good gut biome, you're going to actually see better skin. So it's really important to take a good probiotic. So please go to my store, get the probiotic either in the powdered version or in the veggie cap version, and take it with the complete multivitamin. That's your foundation. You build off of it. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Okay, let's listen in on the interview. Well, this is The Hill critiquing the interview on CNN with Mamdani, who's the mayor candidate for New York.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPA.
New York City mayoral frontrunner Zohran Mamdani's plan to open several government-run grocery stores is garnering skepticism from a maybe unlikely place. CNN's Abby Phillips pressed the Democratic Socialist on his proposal. Let's watch.
Why is the government a better solution for a lack of grocery stores, food deserts, than just working with the private sector to have them do what they know how to do, which is run grocery stores? What's your answer to that?
There are more than 1,000 grocery stores in New York City. I'm proposing creating 5 additional ones, one in each borough of New York City that the city would run, that would guarantee cheaper groceries, not free food, but cheaper groceries. And part of that is because food is a necessity for New Yorkers. It's a necessity for everyone, and yet it's something that people are being priced out of.
And she didn't let him off the hook that easy. She followed up with this response. Take a look.
in Kansas City where they had a government-run grocery store, and it's been there for years, but it's on the verge of closing because it doesn't work. They've been riddled with crime. They've dealt with just a lack of inventory. There are other examples where it just hasn't worked because, frankly, the government is not that good at being in the business of being in grocery stores.
Now, Mamdani's appearance comes after days of mounting speculation that current Mayor Eric Adams and Republican candidate Curtis Sewell will drop out of the race. But both candidates have reaffirmed their desire to stay in the race. Currently, Mamdani is leading the other candidates in a four-way race, according to recent polls, and he has 42% support over former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, Sewell and Adams ain't going nowhere. And this is the Mamdani show. He's going to win and do his stupid governor grocery plan. Okay, first of all, who did? I understand the concept.
Okay, I'm going to say, do you want me to explain this to you, Robbie?
Grocery store nearby. This doesn't apply to New York.
What? It definitely does. There's certain areas where there's like a corner store, what we call like a bodega or something. It's not all the healthiest groceries, and it's very highly priced groceries that people have closest to them. Also, if you know that, because I've lived in New York, some people live in a walk-up. I know that might be old school to you, but I lived at a 6th-floor walk-up. And so meaning you need to get a grocery store that's very close, because not only are you carrying the groceries if you're walking now, or you're using public transportation, now you're walking all the way up to your top of your apartment to drop the groceries off. So they need to be close, accessible, and easy. You can't Uber around everywhere, Robbie. They don't have the luxury, some people, of doing that.
I've spent significant time in New York City. I've enjoyed none of it, but there is.
We're talking about the boroughs also, right?
Around everywhere, and I just don't believe it's actually a problem. If it is and then if Abby Phillip, good for her, she's totally dead on here, is pointing out the obvious problems that if a government-run store that's offering deliberately lower prices, people might just swarm that store because it's offering lower prices, and so they're going to have difficulty keeping their inventory. You could, this is the stupidest way, in my view, to go about redistribution or welfare, is to have the government run something, because the government, like she says, runs things badly. If you're going to do some kind of redistribution or welfare policy, just write a check to the poor people, and then they can use that money to go hire a better carry-in cart, whatever, to take the groceries from the grocery store to pay for the groceries, rather than have the government run what in 5 locations in this giant city. How is that even going to necessarily help the problem you're pointing out? Like, well, what if you don't live close to that one? Like, There's no way you can put it somewhere where that's solving that problem for a large number of people by its very nature. So it seems just very silly.
I certainly don't think that out of all of Mamdani's ideas, this one is at the top of the list, right? But food insecurity is real in New York City. I believe since 2019, the state comptroller in New York says that prices have gone up for groceries, specifically in New York, more than the rest of the country at 25%. And so if you think about already cost of living in New York, plus the groceries, Mamdani is speaking, whether you like what he's saying or not. He's providing solutions, whether you think they're unrealistic or not. He's doing the same thing that President Trump did during the campaign trail, provide solutions to people that are economically hurting. And so he's saying, here's my ideas. I want to freeze rent and create stabilization for rent. I want to provide these government-run grocery stores. I want to make child care acceptable and free for parents. And so he's not only just talking to people exactly where they want to hear it and talking to their wallets, because people care about that and mostly voted Trump in because of that, according to most polls during the election season. He's actually coming up with solutions. So just like people may or may not agree with Trump's solutions, he won because he was presenting them. And what people argue that Democrats aren't doing that enough, and I applaud Mamdani for even laying them out.
He's put forth an idea. It's a bad one, but it's an idea. Here's my solution. I would like to look at, what are the...
He is an idea, but all you got to do is look at history. Has it ever worked? Did it work in Russia? Did it work in South America? Did it work in Cuba? Why would it work here? I'm telling you, a bunch of socialists are going to screw up the town. They always do.
Rules and regulations that make it difficult to open, start, run a bodega. Which of those could we relax so that you can open them more easily, you can get inventory more easily, and there'll be more competition, and there'll be more of them on more corners. So that will solve the problem of having to walk or take public transportation too far to get to one, and then competition lowers prices. So that's how I would deal with it. I would look at is there something in here we can get rid of? How's the permitting process? How long does it take? How rapidly does whatever local government bureaucracy approve your I would like to open a bodega request? Can we expedite that? That's my solution. Okay.
Alrighty. Let's see what's going on here. Let's listen to CNN about some polling, voting groups.
2 new polls out from CBS and NBC News show most Americans do not approve of how President Trump is doing his job. It's a different story with his base. The CBS News poll pegging his approval rating among Republicans at 91%, though. The new polls coming as Trump puts his focus on deploying the National Guard onto the streets of D.C. while implementing hardline immigration tactics. CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton is here to run the numbers on all of this, and we do have some fresh numbers today. So, Harry, what are they telling us?
Yeah, I think they're telling us what we know about the Trump presidency is that Americans don't like it. So why don't we just take a look at these new polling that we have, and he remains underwater. Look, the CBS News poll, look at that. He's 12 points underwater. You want to go over to NBC? You want a different network? You can go to a different network, but it's the exact same story. 14 points underwater, double digits on this. This has been the story throughout much of the Trump presidency. He remains underwater as we get past Labor Day, Jessica.
And just how consistent have Trump's ratings been?
Yeah, okay. So this to me was the fascinating thing because, you know, I come on either every Saturday or Sunday or sometimes like this weekend, both days, and I talk about, Trump's approval rating, he's underwater. I come up with some witty line or some line I think is witty, like he's more underwater than a Little Mermaid or something like that. And I decided to actually look, okay, how long has this dude been underwater? All right, so let's take a look at it. All right, negative net approval rating for Trump. Every single day in my aggregate polls since March 12th, in terms of number of days, 180 days in a row he has been underwater. That is basically half a year. You know, the NFL season started this week. You basically have to go back to the end of the last NFL season to find a day in which Trump was above water. The bottom line is he has been swimming with the fishes for a very long period of time, Jessica.
And what groups has he lost ground with?
Okay, so, you know, we're talking about the fact that he was last positive. You got to go back before March 12th. So what has changed? What has changed since February, which was the last full month in which he was above ground? Well, take a look here. Trump's net approval rating among age 18 to 29. We're looking at the CBS News poll, but it holds true in the average as well. He was +2 back in late February. Look at where he is now. My God, that is a 32-point drop since the beginning of this year. How about Hispanics? He was at -6, a little bit underwater, but not too bad. But look at where he is now, -34 points. That's what is that? That's a 28-point drop since February. These, of course, were two groups that he exceeded expectations with back in the 2024 election, did much better than the traditional Republican has this century. But now these groups have absolutely moved away from him, and he is way underwater, 30 points and 34 points underwater. Those two groups have moved away from him in tremendous fashion, and it goes a long way in explaining why his overall approval rating, his net approval rating, has fallen through the floor and been negative for such a long period of time, Jessica.
And what issues does he do well with?
Okay, so there are a few things that I think that are so important to figure out here. Okay, so we're talking about groups, right? Is there any place where Donald Trump does well with? Well, let's talk about issues first. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. I got crime, immigration, foreign policy, the economy, trade. There's a whole slew of red, and this isn't Republican red. This is negative red, Jessica D. -2 points, -3 points, -12 points, -14 points, -17 points. On all the key issues of the day, he is underwater, Jessica. No wonder you can't survive in a presidency having a positive net approval rating when you're underwater on all of these different issues. And, of course, crime and immigration were two of his best issues, and now he's underwater on all of them. And then, of course, the economy, which was the reason he was reelected in the first place. This is the one I really circle here. He's 14 points underwater, which basically looks pretty much like those CBS News and NBC News polls, which have him at -12 and -14 points. I'll point out one last little thing. I'm going to jump ahead of questions because I just feel like I'm in such a roll, Jessica. And I just feel the energy.
Don't let us stop you.
So thank you very much. So we see all this negative, but the thing that you pointed out at the beginning that I think is so important, what is the one saving grace for Donald Trump right now? And that is the Republican base. What are we talking about here? Well, take a look here. Republicans who approve of Trump. Well, in the CBS News poll back in February, look at this. It was 90%. Look at where it is now. You mentioned it at the top. It's at 91%. As long as this Republican base sticks with him, as long as he's hearing the good news from the conservative talk radio host, as long as he's hearing the good news from the folks out there on the right, he's going to think he has very strong support. So I don't think that Donald Trump is going to do anything differently as long as this 91% holds. And as I said, it's steady as ever because that's actually a point higher than it was in February, Jessica.
All right, Harry Ensign, running the numbers as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's bring in CNN senior political commentators David Urban and Van Jones. David is a Republican strategist. Van worked for the Obama administration, and they've both held numerous other positions since then, but that at least gives you a good working idea. David, let's start first with you. Sometimes I have to prompt you with a whole question, but Harry just went through a lot of data. What did you think about all that?
Yeah, listen, so Harry's great at that, and what he didn't tell you, though, and what Harry would admit to, is that Donald Trump's ceiling, ever since he's been a candidate, has been 44%. That's the number that YouGov poll that just came out this morning. The CBS YouGov poll is at 44%. By the way, that's up 2% since the last poll in July. And so he's consistently polled that 44% approval rating. And so, you know, that's kind of where he was at when he won the election in 24. It's where he's been at consistently. And as Harry points out, he's up a percentage point with Republicans. And so I don't think that, you know, that Rome is burning here. I think that Trump is continuing to do what he did. He's delivering on the messages that on the integration and cracking down on crime that won in the election in 24, and he's being rewarded among the base for it.
So what do you think, Van?
Well, look, I think that if I were Republicans, I'd be worried about that Latin number. They scared the living bejeebers out of us in November when you saw this stampede of brown voters rushing to Donald Trump. We said, holy crap. And that was the whole ballgame. And then you got a bunch of young people as well. And so that's why you've seen the therapy bills for Democrats going through the roof, because we had this fantasy that we were always going to be the party of black, brown, and young voters. And suddenly we were just the party of African-American voters. And even we didn't come out as strong as we usually do. Trump could have kept all that if he had done what he said he was going to do on immigration. He said he was going to go after the bad folks. And listen, I live in Los Angeles. There's some people who get the heck out of this country. But they're not nannies. They're not people who work, you know, who's getting around the Home Depot trying to get a day labor job. When he started going after just everybody's kind of working class cousin, it just, the floor fell out from under him. And I'm telling you, somebody who lives in Los
But they're still illegals, so they should get out. Oh, they're nice people. That's not the point. They're here illegally. They need to get out, period.
There are a lot of people, and I'm not, now, listen, he had a lot of support in some parts of the country, but in parts of the country where working class Latin folks thought he was going to go get the bad guys, and they went and got their cousins, he's in real trouble.
Trump flat out said that if they're here illegally, that's it. The government's coming to get you. No matter if you're a good illegal alien or not a good illegal alien. But he did say that they were going to do it in tranches and get the bad individuals first, but there probably is going to be others that get brought in through that net because of just being near the operation. But Trump definitely said when he was running that he was getting rid of the illegal aliens. And the thing is, the Democratic Party allowed this to happen. It is so obvious. If you protect the border, if you prevent this from happening, you don't have illegal flood at the border. So who created this problem? Was it Trump? It was actually poor policies by the Biden administration. Democratic Party brought in a bunch of illegal aliens. Now it takes the Republicans to get them out. No, but they should be gone, period. They're here illegally. No matter if they're a good illegal alien citizen.
So again, putting aside the 91% approval rating with Republicans, but to Van's point, we saw those numbers with Harry, the younger voters and the Hispanic voters that are dropping off from supporting the president. Is it because he's gone too far on some of these issues, like what Van's talking about?
Yeah, look, I don't know if it's that.
Scroll less, learn more. Find your school district's plan at ny.gov/phone free.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. Gets you.
Yeah, look, I don't know if it's that, Jessica, or if it's economic issues. Because if you look at those polls, right, people are feeling it in their pocketbook. Those polls say that, that they're not feeling better about the economy. They're concerned about their future. There's a report out today that I noted that auto loan defaults, prime and subprime auto loan defaults, are at historic all-time high. So when you can't pay, you have money short, right, in your pocketbook.
Yeah.
What are you not? You're paying your rent. You're paying for your food. What are you going to let slip? You're probably going to let slip your car. So it's kind of the canary in the coal mine as to what's going on. And so I think the challenge for this administration in this upcoming midterm election is to deliver on those economic promises that people talk about sitting around their table every night, whether or not they can pay the rent, pay their bills, buy some new school clothes for their kids. Those are the things that people are talking about in America and want to see addressed. And that's the challenge this president, this administration face. How do you make a life better for real people? And you're going to have a referendum on that in these midterms. If you can't turn that feeling around, Republicans are going to be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, because Van, that was a huge, in addition to the immigration and the crime stuff, people were really concerned about the economy in this last election.
Yeah, it's true. And, it's always hard. If things go well, the president gets the credit. They go bad, the president gets the blame. The problem is the president did promise a lot. He said he's going to have the best economy ever. And there's a particular weakness that you have. And frankly, Democrats have no answer for this either. These young voters that graduated off of a cliff, the last two graduations, where you have so many college graduates who did the right thing, they did their homework, they stayed out of trouble, at least they didn't get as much trouble they got thrown out of school. And then they graduate and they get a picture with their grandma and no job. And then they still don't have a job. That is the base for a lot of discontent in the country. And frankly, Democrats and Republicans have great answers. But if you look at here, right now I'm in New York City, the entire New York mayoral race is being turned upside down by these disappointed college graduates who are under the age of 30 who said, I did what you told me to do, and there's no job for me. I could have literally stayed at home like my ne'er-do-well cousin and played video games and been in a better position. I'm mad as hell. That is something both parties are going to have to deal with, but Trump is losing those voters by the bushel.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water. Do that every day. Also, make sure that you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods and clean your environment at home. By doing that, you're reducing exposure to toxic chemicals, heavy metals, and by doing that, what's going to happen is that your immune system and your endocrine system will get into homeostasis. Super important to detoxify your body every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. I also have olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is dual purpose. It's going to be able to bring down inflammation and also help with your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that's going to help with your cardiovascular system, but also bringing down inflammation systemically is going to help with your immune system. So it's dual purpose. It helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Clarity factor gets rid of brain fog. It allows you to concentrate. Drink it with filtered water. And over time, what's going to happen is your dendritic connections are going to improve. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity. You're going to be thinking faster, and you're going to have better memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. Super important to take every day And if you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking Myotrol. Myotrol helps with gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training. You don't have to be an Arnold Schwarzenegger, but just do some resistance training. Take the Myotrol. You're going to get the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle, and it also will help the health of your mitochondria so you have the energy to maintain that muscle. Now, Myotrol stacks very well with Gladiator barley to be able to build muscle even more. And Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. And that combination is going to help with the actual gene expression. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol, and you get even better results if you stack it with the Gladiator barley and you do resistance training. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract, get the zeolite, the clarity factor, and the Myotrol. Now, why? Okay, this is a great stack here. Clarity factor is going to help with brain function. Myotrol is going to help with your muscles. Olive leaf extract is going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And zeolite is going to help to detoxify your body. So this is a very powerful stack right here. So please go to my store and get this stack. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg.
In commodities, for example, or if you're looking at just Fed data, data tends to slow down in government shutdowns. And so whether it's a commitment of traders report from the CFTC or a USDA report or something coming from the BLS, that's where you're going to have to be a little bit careful. But, you know, for the most part, it's really those of us who want to take our kids to the zoo. That's what we pay attention to.
I got you. And now, you're still at 40%, if I remember from last week, 40% odds on a shutdown.
Yes.
The idea that the White House might prefer a shutdown, I'm guessing, would change the way you're answering some of these calls, because there is a thought, we talked about this last week. Patrick McHenry talked about it at this table, so did Nick Mulvaney. Say, hey, you know what? Russ Vought's got a plan. There's a folder somewhere in his desk that says shutdown, party time on the front of it, because the idea is you shut down the government, then the White House can start doing what it wants when it comes to doling out money. And maybe the White House would just let it stay closed all year. And that's sort of the ultimate Doge event if that happens, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you interviewed former Director Mulvaney, he said he was, in paraphrasing, he was giddy that he wanted
the word he used.
Exactly. He wanted to be Russ Vogt. Because look, who's the person that decides who's an essential employee or a non-essential employee? It's the OMB. And if I'm Russ Vogt and we get into a shutdown situation, Congress is irrelevant. I'm now the person that's driving here, and so if I'm the Democrats, that may not be something that I want to give up right now. Because this is what we're telling our clients, is that, look, we still have a year and a few months until the midterms. It's not like many people are going to be walking into the voting booth in November 2026 and say, hey, I remember what happened on September 30th, 2025, because the government shut down for 2 days. I'm not going to vote off of that. So I need to see strategies from the parties going into September 30th that if you want to shut the government down, what's the strategy and what's the end game here? Because the end game is, I'm not exactly sure what it is. Right. And so if the Democrats get into a situation where there is a government shutdown, and Matthew Iglesias wrote this on Bloomberg Opinion that maybe healthcare is the reason why you want to do it, what's the end game? But ultimately, I think the OMB here is going to do a lot of things the Democrats don't like.
Because there might not be an end game for lawmakers, which is when the White House takes the ball and holds on to it. So in a world like that, let's say this is the extreme, by the way. A lot of people don't think the government's going to shut down at all. But in a world like that, you get 3 to 6 months in a shutdown, the White House is closing agencies or moving people around. That becomes an investor problem. That's a market story, is it not?
Yeah, and I don't think we would ever get into a situation like that. Because if you remember, shutdowns are not popular with the American populace. And it's the person who always is seen causing the shutdown as the one that pays the critical price. And so, when you hear that, Russ Vogt may want a shutdown, you're also hearing language from the White House saying, look, we want a 1-year CR.
That's correct.
Why do we want a 1-year CR? Because then we don't have to deal with shutdown fights in an election year. And if you go back to that 31-day shutdown, remember, there were a lot of World War II vets who showed up at the memorial and they pushed those gates down, and everybody supported that. And so, with the American populace not supporting the idea of shutdowns, that's why I think they'll ultimately kick the can. And if we do have a shutdown, say in December or early next year, I think it'd be short term.
What are the chances of a full year CR? Because there are a lot of Republicans who have an allergy to this idea. Pentagon hawks freak out and say that's a cut to defense spending. Is that how we should look at it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you have the military folks who are saying, look, let's not do this. You have the folks who say, I'm not going to support the CR. But also remember, if I'm a Democrat, I may not want to give a 1 year CR because these are good opportunities to score political points if you're in the minority. And so if you're, for example, one of the things that our clients have been asking is, what is the one piece of legislation that could be attached to this as a way to get to the president's desk? My answer to that is the Credit Card Competition Act that would increase competition for Visa and MasterCard. Senator Marshall tried to attach it to the stablecoin bill to advance it to the president's desk. And every time you get about 3-4 weeks before this government shutdown, that's when you should start be thinking, what is the bill that gets attached? And for what it's worth, I don't think it's going to pass, but that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Just a minute left. NDAA. This is the one said to be bipartisan, passes every year, flies above controversy. Will this year be any different?
I think it may be a little bit different. I think ultimately it still passes on a bipartisan nature, but there could be some fireworks that I think this ultimately...
this is the National Defense Authorization Act. What could be attached to it that would be controversial?
Well, that same...
Is that it?
The visa...
So this is the vehicle?
It could be. I mean, look, it doesn't have to be. I mean, you know how Washington works. It can be something completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Right. All right. So subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. You get the Nathan Dean podcast, the weekly Washington policy call, right? So this is every Monday morning.
In the description of this video and all my videos going forward, I have a link to my Substack. If you like to support my work, please subscribe to my Substack and help with donating and subscribing, because all these videos are for free. And better yet, make sure you go to my store and get the great supplements and stack them so it improves your health. But I'm also preparing you for the fall and the winter season. Now, a great stack here that I'm going to show you is for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. You should be doing this every day to slow down the aging process and then boost up that immune system. But this is really important for the fall and the winter season. Why? Because you need to keep down that inflammation and you need to boost up that immune system. Pay attention, because I know what I'm talking about. All right? So please go to my store, get the lignans. This will help with your endocrine system, your immune system, soak up free radicals, and bring down inflammation. Very powerful stuff. So take it every day, but especially in the fall and the winter. You're going to need it this season. Turmeric brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals. You want to keep those pro-inflammatory cytokines down, especially in the fall and the winter season. Trust me on this. All right? And ashwagandha root controls cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. Brings down the inflammation, helps with the immune system and the cardiovascular system. So when you stack these together, you supercharge. Soaking up free radicals, bringing down inflammation. And that's helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So you should be doing this every day, year round, to slow down the aging process. But you definitely need to do this for the fall and the winter season. Something's coming. You better be prepared. Now, I can't tell you what it is because YouTube doesn't want me to say it. But the point here is this. If you listen and do what I tell you, you will be fine. So take a look at the anti-Fauci boxes that I have on my store. Take a look at the advanced one. Take a look at the deluxe one. Get prepared. If something happens and you weren't prepared, whose fault is it? It's your own fault. Also, C60, it's going to soak up free radicals. And perhaps if you're not feeling well in the fall or the winter, you may be generating a lot of free radicals. So it behooves you to actually soak them up. So be prepared. But not just that, you should be taking C60 every day to help soak up those free radicals. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, or avocado oil. C60 is a very powerful molecule. It has 60 carbons, and it soaks up hundreds, if not 1,000 times more free radicals than one molecule of vitamin C. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day. Teaspoon a day. Every day. It's going to soak up free radicals, and it's going to help lots of systems. It's going to help with your brain function and your cardiovascular system and your immune system and your endocrine system. It's going to help different organ systems. What it does at the cellular level is it soaks up the free radical and reduces the stress on the cell. So the cell is going to perform better. But not just that, it helps the health of the mitochondria so you have more ATP. So you're going to have more energy. And you need ATP for the cellular processes. So the cell and the organ systems and the tissues are going to perform better. At the vascular level, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the concentrations of oxidized LDL. So you are reducing the chances of plaque buildup. So that helps with your cardiovascular system. For your brain function, it helps by reducing the stress at the neuron level. It helps the mitochondria in the neuron. You have more neurotransmitters being produced, and you have, over time, you're going to have better neuroplasticity. So you're going to be thinking better. You're going to have better memory. You're going to be able to maintain the myelin sheath of the neuron because there's less stress. And when you stack it with something that like turmeric or the lignans and the ashwagandha, and you stack it together, you're soaking up lots of free radicals and bringing down inflammation. That's super important, especially for brain health. Because if you have chronic inflammation, you're going to have neurons that die. If you have a lot of free radicals around your neuron or in your neuron, guess what? Your neurons die. Be prepared. And if you do this on a regular basis, you're actually slowing down the aging process. You take this for 1 year and you do a before and after picture for 1 year, you're going to notice that you look younger. But not only that, you're going to notice that you feel better and that your body is performing better within 2 months. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the C60 every day, a teaspoon a day. I've been doing this since 2016. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this. This is a super component of the healthcare protocol. The foundation, multivitamin probiotic. The pillar, the first pillar, cleanse or max 35 to boost up the immune system. The second pillar, C60, to soak up the free radicals. The third pillar, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans to boost up the immune system and to help with the cardiovascular system. And boomer boost to rev up the metabolism and your energy levels. And if you really sit and think about what I just said, you're targeting all the major systems, so you're slowing down the aging process. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I am the most comprehensive on telling you how to do this. Nobody else is more comprehensive. There'll be people out there, oh, take some ashwagandha root. Oh, and have some vitamin D3. But they're not comprehensive. And your body has a very complex biochemistry. And I'm telling you how to slow down the aging process and how to apply that to boost up your immune system to weather what's coming in the fall and the winter. Be prepared. If you're not prepared, it's your own damn fault.
Ukraine. It happened last night. Hundreds of drones, 800 drones, and 13 missiles from Russia, of course, in an attack that lasted for hours. It was only a couple of weeks ago, President Trump and Vladimir Putin were together in Alaska talking about a potential peace deal. We're feeling like we're pretty far away from that, which is why I'm glad that Courtney can join us from, of course, our national security team here in Washington. Courtney McBride, national security reporter. It's great to see you. To think that we're still finding superlatives like this far into the war is remarkable. This doesn't look like a leader in Vladimir Putin who's ready for peace anytime soon.
It does not. Trump administration officials are still hoping that the economic situation in Russia is enough to bring Putin to the negotiating table. But last night's strikes and a series of these barrages in recent weeks have called that into question.
Yeah. I saw Volodymyr Zelensky on Sunday morning television making the case there doesn't seem to be much hope on his part for a meeting with Vladimir Putin. Can there be peace for that one?
I mean, it seems unlikely that that could happen without the two heads of state and the parties to the conflict. But Zelensky, I think in the last day, has really focused on trying to shore up his country's air defenses in the wake of certainly what we're seeing is a devastating attack on the capital.
Yeah, the idea that Vladimir Putin would only want a ceasefire in an attempt to regroup does seem to ring true when you look at images like these. We're doing this on the radio. We're looking at images of Kyiv and the aerial bombardments going straight into residential areas and apartment buildings.
Certainly, and even government buildings have been hit as well. Where the business of Ukrainian government is done.
How significant is that? Is that a new level for this conflict?
I don't know that it's it's new, but it's certainly not something that happens every day, even with the constant barrages.
What's the latest on weapons for Ukraine? Are Europeans buying weapons from the U.S. as the program was to dictate?
That is happening, but as with all weapons purchases, it is a bit of a slow process, and so European allies are beginning to take advantage of that mechanism to purchase weapons for Ukraine, but often, particularly the most sophisticated weapons, take sometimes years to be delivered.
Do we have a sense of where the president's head is on this now? He's been kind of talking out of both sides of his mouth on this just in the last 24 hours. We're on the verge of secondary sanctions, but also said that he might be meeting again soon with Vladimir Putin and that they want an end to the war.
Sure. I mean, this could be a matter of strategic ambiguity, from the president. He's made abundantly clear for some time that he wants the killing to stop, but the form that takes, is perhaps anyone's guess. But there certainly has been a lot of talk from both the president and from others in his cabinet about sanctions and as an inducement to Russia to stop.
I have to ask you what's going on in Venezuela. This is remarkable. We talked about it quite a bit at the end of last week, having destroyed a boat that was said to be smuggling drugs, but there's also a U.S. Navy flotilla off the coast, and now apparently the deployment of F-35s in Puerto Rico, Venezuelan jets buzzing American ships, and there was a real question, are we about to enter a true military conflict with what the White House calls a terrorist organization or a cartel that's being led by Maduro? The defense minister in Venezuela says, we are not scared by U.S. threats. We are alert and vigilant. It's about to happen down there.
It's about time. It's about time. It's about time that American president decides to actually use major force against these drug cartels. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Oh, you're not giving them due process. I mean, they don't have constitutional rights. They don't have any constitutional rights. They're enemies. I mean, think about the logic with that. I mean, we go to Afghanistan and we're going to go, you have constitutional rights, so we're going to take you to court first and then decide if we're going to blow you away or not. Really?
And thanking them for their role in this mission.
Well, we might need to pull you back in here at some point if this develops once again.
What it is a classic example of a bunch of liberal retards trying to hamstring the president of the United States. It's amazing. And they don't want to fix the problem. They don't want to fix the problem. So if you're a conservative and you're around liberals, push back. Tell them, hey, I don't think that your policies are right. I think that they're driving the country down the wrong road. And every time that a Democrat that's in the White House seems to be driving the family car, it seems to drive it into the ditch. Liberals don't have an affinity towards God, country, and family, typically. And not only that, they think because they're educated that they must know better. Well, wait a minute, there's a lot of educated conservatives. I mean, I literally go into a room, and it's rare that someone is more educated than I am. Rare, very rare. And I'm hanging around with people that have multiple degrees, going, but it's very rare that someone has as many degrees as I have. And I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. But there's so many fucking liberals in New York that think they know it all because they read the New York Times, they read the Atlantic, and they read the New Yorker. And they think they're educated because they went to some liberal school or they went to Ivy League or whatever. But the reality of the situation is that what they believe in is not moving the country into the right direction. But they'll always demonize Trump. Orange man bad all the time. Really? Trump, if you've been paying attention to me and you follow when I tell you to get into the markets, Trump is going to make you wealthy. But you listen to Bloomberg or you listen to CNN, and Trump is only going to make you poor. Really? Really? You think that's the case? Take the opportunities and make your life better instead of thinking that the nanny state is going to do it for you.
Francois Bayrou, who is from a centrist tradition but not his own party. So where will he go next? We speculated last December that perhaps he might choose somebody from the centre-left Socialist Party. That would change the numbers in the National Assembly because it could potentially bring the Socialists on board, bring them into support. It would still be a minority, but a more significant minority administration. But the Socialists are well aware of the position that they hold. They said they're willing and available should Emmanuel Macron call them to lead a government, but they have their own budget plan, which doesn't involve the same level of fiscal consolidation, around half. In fact, for next year, they say that they can spread out the consolidation over several years. Of course, markets would have their own opinions on that as well. Their proposal includes things like a wealth tax on fortunes of over 100 million euros, some of those things which others in the parliament would find difficult to digest. But that is another option. It is up to Emmanuel Macron to choose who the next prime minister is. He does, though, have the option this time around of calling
Think about this.
elections.
And we're walking down this road too in the United States. There's a debt cliff. There's a doom loop. We can't keep on spending money that we don't have. So when people say, when Congress starts saying, you got to take away the social programs, you're going to have the general public basically saying, no, you can't take away my Social Security. You can't take away my Medicare and Medicaid, but we can't pay for it. They'll just say, I don't care. Well, the bond market vigilantes will just keep on raising the interest rates to the point where maybe they don't even buy anymore. And what are you going to do? Oh, just tax the wealthy. Well, the wealthy have lots of money and lobbying groups to prevent the representatives in Congress from making a bill that taxes the rich. So we just keep on going down the road until we fall off the cliff. The real solution is this. If you're uber wealthy, 75% of your money is going to be taxed. And guess what? Middle America, you're not going to get a Social Security. You're not going to get Medicare, and you're not going to get Medicaid. It's gone. Gone. Now, you're going to have to titrate that if you are disabled or a veteran. You should have your medical care covered, and you should have Social Security. If you're an able-bodied adult, you should not get Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security, but it needs to be titrated in based on certain groups. The reason why is that Gen X is paying for the baby boomers. The baby boomers paid in Social Security tax for their parents. So you need to titrate it in. So individuals that are already retired right now, they get their Social Security. Ones that haven't retired yet, if you are just about ready to retire, like next year, you'll still get it. But 5 years into retirement, you only get 75%. And another 5 years into, additional 5 years into retirement, let's say you're 10 years away, then you only get maybe 65%. All right. And you just keep on doing that until you get to the point where it's zero. And so each tranche slowly gets less and less and less of the social benefits to the point where there's none left. And you've taxed the uber wealthy. And the reason why to tax the uber wealthy is not because of to get the tax revenue, it's to reduce their power in Congress. Because they use this money in PACs and in lobbying groups to grease the wheels so it's beneficial for them and not beneficial for the average citizen. So the only way to really solve this problem is to tax the uber wealthy so they don't buy their $250 million yacht. But the other side also has to realize you can't have the social programs anymore because we can't afford it. And that way we can pay down the debt and actually have a prosperous society. But that's the only way to do it. The rich have to take a very heavy cut. 75%, boom. And this is the uber wealthy. These are the people that are the billionaires. All right? And they've minted so many of these billionaires, cut them at the knees. But the average citizen, depending on what tranche you are and how many years you are away from retirement, depends on how much you will get, eventually all the way to the point where there's a generation that gets nothing. And they have time to be able to save. And what this does is that it switches from being a consumer nation to being a producer nation, being a saving nation. We've consumed too much. We've been at the trough for too long, and we're too fat, stupid, ugly. And that's America right there. That's America right there. Just make sure you get your Social Security, make sure you get your Medicare, make sure you get all these social programs that we can't afford anymore. But you got the rich that keeps on minting money at the equity machine and finding ways not to be taxed. So you tax them at 75%. You cut the loopholes. You prevent the trusts. You prevent the overseas tax evasion loopholes. That's the way to fix the system. And that way, the haves and the have-nots come closer together. You'll still have wealthy people. Jeff Bezos will do just fine. That's how you fix the system. The ones that are not wealthy have to take a social hit. And the ones that are wealthy have to take a major cut in their wealth. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. It's going to help to boost up energy levels. It helps with youthful gene expression. It gets rid of cells that are in senescence. And by taking this on a regular basis, you're actually slowing down the aging process. It stacks well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. So go to my store and get the resveratrol. It also stacks well with vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex. Take it if you're 40 years of age or older. The first 4 B vitamins helps the health of the mitochondria because you need those for your electron transport chain. So you can have more ATP, so you have more energy. Have you noticed that when you get older, you don't have energy? That's because your mitochondria suck. Well, if you help the health of your mitochondria, you'll have more ATP. And so you won't feel old. Vitamin B complex also helps with cellular metabolism. So your cells work properly. And vitamin B complex has vitamin B12, helps your neurons, protects your neurons. Super important. Guess what? In 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have early onset of dementia. So you're going to better start protecting your neurons. So a great stack is resveratrol and vitamin B complex. All right? Slow down that aging process and protect those neurons. And take heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. It detoxifies your body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals. That's super important. Why? You're slowing down the aging process. Bringing down inflammation will help your cardiovascular system, your immune system, your endocrine system, and your brain function. Because if you're inflamed chronically, guess what? Especially at the cerebral level, your neurons are dying. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Detoxify that body. Because if you think that having a lot of garbage in your body is good for you, just keep on going that way. Because you'll age faster and you'll have a bunch of chronic problems. But if you detoxify your body regularly, guess what? Your body's healing. And you're going to be able to slow down the aging process. And when something happens to come up in the fall and the winter, you'll be able to weather the storm. Amazing how that works. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Take it every day.
Vote that is currently underway in France. We will have news from Paris before we get to the second hour of Balance of Power. Lucky to have Stephen Carroll standing by in Paris, covering that for us here on Bloomberg. When the headline broke late Friday, it stopped everyone in the newsroom. What have you heard about what happened in Georgia? U.S. detains 475 in migrant raid at Georgia EV battery plant. This is the Hyundai plant you probably heard about. Hyundai Motor, LG, it's a big operation where they make batteries down there, and federal agents showed up, detained nearly 500 people at the site, at the manufacturing complex. It's a big operation down there, and a majority of them were Korean nationals, many of whom were there to build this thing out and get it up and running. People determined to be working unlawfully turned over to ICE for removal proceedings, generating the next round of headlines that you'll find on the terminal from over the weekend. South Korean firms reeled from fallout of Hyundai plant raid. The biggest conglomerates in South Korea are now rushing to contain the fallout here, in many cases canceling travel and expressing deep concern to the administration. What in the world are we doing here if we want to reshore these businesses and we're locking people up when they come to do it? President Trump was asked about that. Here's what he said.
We're going to look at that whole situation. We have a lot of industries that we don't have anymore, and we're going to have to train people. And the way you train people is bring people in that know what they're doing and let them stay for a little while. And now ICE was doing right because they were here illegally. But we do have to work something out where we bring in experts so that our people can be trained so that they can do it themselves.
Now this story was developing over the weekend as ICE showed up in Boston as well. Remembering, Tom Homan promised that we'd be in sanctuary cities, and here we go. Federal immigration agents conducting raids across the city of Boston and outside the sort of greater Boston area as the Justice Department files suit against the city and its mayor, Mayor Wu, said to be running a sanctuary city. Let's get into all this with our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are here, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stoneport Capital. Jeannie, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, if you want to reshore certain industries, in this case...
Isn't it amazing? Jeannie used to be working for Iona University. Then all of a sudden, she keeps on being Orange Man bad. And what happens? She ends up working at Harvard because they only hire Orange Man bad.
It's a good idea to invest in building their plants in the U.S. So it's a real gift to the American economy that they think building these battery plants is better than building the batteries in South Korea and ship them here. And by the way, they were right. They got ahead of this before the tariffs took place. But this is a classic situation of the right hand not knowing what the left hand is doing. You played that quote by Donald Trump, who's like backpedaling as quickly as he can. You know, he
We just deported 300 people who were actually helping the Georgia economy by bringing technology that we don't have to service an industry that's growing in the United States. And then you layer on top of that massive commitments that the South Korean government has made to invest in the U.S. and build facilities here to help our economy, and we just poked them right in the eye. This is not policy, this is execution, and I would say there are a lot of questions being raised this weekend over the competence of this administration's ability to sort of act with one voice.
Well, the president was enjoying the scene from Boston over the weekend and threatening to send troops to Chicago as this was all unfolding. Gene even putting up a post on Truth Social. This is really something. It came from his personal account, and I believe the White House reposted it. Donald Trump, Chipocalypse now, Chicago. There he is as Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore from the movie Apocalypse Now, right? I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It says, I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War with 3 helicopter emojis. He did clarify that when asked about it over the weekend. Said he doesn't want to go to war with Chicago. He just wants to clean it up. But Gene, this one stopped a lot of people in their tracks. If you were this on YouTube, we're just showing you this. Remember Air Cav, Apocalypse Now? Is this a good look for the president?
No, I'm glad you did the word Chipocalypse. It took me like 2 hours this weekend to figure out how to say that. So you did it very beautifully.
Thank you.
No, it's certainly not the message the president wants to send. I think we have here an example of the president overreading his mandate to address the problem of illegal immigration.
No. Liberals are letting crime destroy people's lives and the vibrance of these inner cities. It's happening in New York, it's happening in Chicago, it's happening in Washington, D.C., it's happening in Boston, it's happening in L.A., it's happening in San Francisco. Liberals are destroying the city. You got to come in and clean it up and stop the crime.
Said he was going to do this a couple weeks ago in the White House. He said this election, meaning the midterm, will be about crime and immigration. Why? Because he does not want to talk about that very miserable jobs report that came out Friday and all that suggests in terms of his ability to do the one thing that most Americans want him to do, which is lower costs, lower inflation, and address the economic challenges that they are facing.
I would rather have stall speed with the job market near the end of the year of 2025. So when you go into 2026 and into the midterm elections, that you have a really robust economy because the Federal Reserve is lowering rates. This is set it up. If this thing plays out the way I think it will, there's going to be a major red wave during the midterm elections, and more seats are going to be captured by the Republican Party in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. If this plays out the way it should, we're going to have a roaring economy in 2026. Now, what will happen after 2026? I don't know. But we're going to have an S&P 500. Right now, we're still hovering just below 6,500 on the S&P 500. In April, it was 4,800. 4,800 in April. And now it's 6,500. I'm telling you, the economy is going to be a lot better in 2026 because the interest rates are going to keep on going down and people are going to start moving. People are going to start moving into homes. People are going to start the economy. There should be a revving of the economy.
Or whether it was after the protests in Charlottesville around neo-Nazis and sort of, shouting out to them. But I think this actually portends a bigger issue, especially with the polling that you just described, Joe, and that is
You've got someone in the White House, Stephen Miller, who literally every single day, one of the most powerful people in the Trump administration, is whipping the ICE folks for more deportations, more deportations.
What's wrong with that?
So you see things like the South Korean roll up in Georgia without anybody else really understanding the economic implications of that.
Oh, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. We're supposed to just sweep the illegal activity underneath the rug because it may make us richer. Doesn't that sound like illegal immigration and allowing it to happen is like slavery? Is that the modern day slavery? Now, Rick Davis has a dog, and the dog is sleeping on the chair behind his back. Even his dog gets bored with what Rick Davis has to say.
On a political operatives I know around the country looking at very dicey 2026 races are going, oh my God, if we're talking about immigration on November of 26, we're sunk.
Governor J.D. Pritzker replying on social media to President Trump's smell of deportations post. He writes, the President of the United States is threatening to go to war with an American city. This is not a joke. This is not normal. Donald Trump is not a strong man. He's a scared man. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. I mentioned this after Tom Ullman said over the weekend on CNN, absolutely they're going into Chicago this week. Does this help or hurt Governor Pritzker politically? Because the eyes of the world will suddenly be on his state.
You know, I don't know if we're talking about 28, if it helps or hurts Pritzker, but the reality is he's right. This is not a joke. He also has to be cognizant, as all Democrats do, not to get drawn into a battle with Donald Trump on crime and immigration, but focus like a laser beam on the economy, which is Donald Trump's big weakness at this point. You know, the Supreme Court just issued a decision supporting Donald Trump's roving patrols in LA and Southern California. That's a win for him. We also know that one of the people who was behind the LA immigration policy for the feds has now moved to Chicago. So I expect we will see them, what Tom Homan is talking about. But the reality is this. You look at this Georgia situation. We need workers in this country to do what Donald Trump wants us to do, which is build our economy. The problem is not the workers, it's our immigration system. Anybody who's been involved in it knows it's poorly framed and it's difficult to maneuver. And that's what most people in South Korea are saying today, that some of these people just accidentally overstayed and couldn't get their paperwork in order. That's what Donald Trump should do if he wants to fix the immigration system, not send troop-like figures in under ICE to draw people out who are simply trying to work. They have to be legal, but we've got to make this process something that most people can utilize in a way that makes sense.
You take the administration at its word, Rick? We're going into Chicago this week, or will it depend on the news flow? We've got about 30 seconds.
No,
left.
he's going to go. He's going to definitely
talking about this.
He's going to go in. It's a
Thursday or
shit
Friday.
hole. He's going in.
Well, is this going to be the taco week where Donald Trump chickens out from his threats, or is he actually going to muscle his way into the winning city? I guess that he's not going to back off. He's been thrown the gauntlet by the governor, and I think you're going to see troops in Chicago before you know it.
Boy, well, we'll have Rick and Jeannie to help us through that if and when it happens, and of course you'll hear about it right here.
Don't be a liberal. Go to the gym, do some weight training, and take the gladiator barley. Be a gladiator. Stop liberalism from reaching to the heights of the political scene in Washington, D.C. Get gladiator barley. All kidding aside. Gladiator barley is a high-density protein. Do resistance training. It's going to help build muscle. It's going to bring down inflammation. It's going to detoxify your body and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Now, by bringing down inflammation, you're going to recover quicker after your workout. It's going to help with your vascular system because bringing down inflammation at the vascular level reduces plaque formation. Bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level prevents neurons from degenerating. Bringing down chronic inflammation actually helps your immune system. So it's really important to take. And detoxifying your body helps with your immune system and your endocrine system. So get the Gladiator barley, stack it with Myotrol to get the max benefits, because Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female. And Gladiator barley is a high-density protein powder that you take. You should be taking it every day, and it'll help to build that muscle. Now, you can take this every day and not have the Myotrol if you want, but like I said, if you take the Myotrol with it, you're going to get faster results. Now, Gladiator barley helps to detoxify the body too. So by doing this on a daily basis, you are letting your body heal and you're getting rid of those toxins. All right. So, and you're doing it safely, and you're not over stressing the body by detox. You know, some detoxes take lots of stress on your body. This is a daily, easy detox for your body. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator barley and take it every day. Now, if you're an athlete, boom, you should be taking this pre-workout or post-workout fuel source. Very important, and you'll notice gains in your sport. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator barley. And also, get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots and help with bringing down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So it's helping you to control your lipid profile. By taking nattokinase every day, you're helping your cardiovascular system. And guess what? Like I said, nattokinase is fibrinolytic, breaks up clots. Stack it with omega-3 to help that. It's synergistic with omega-3 for your cardiovascular health, but also omega-3 prevents the red blood cells from overclotting, and nattokinase breaks up the clot. So it's synergistic with omega-3. Now, nattokinase should be taken also during the fall and the winter season. You're going to need it. So better go get it. Be prepared, because something's coming in the fall and the winter. All right, let's see what else. Let's take a look at GB News.
The all-new Dick's House of Sport, a new destination for sport, right here in Jersey City.
Lanier by Neuromod Devices uses dual-mode stimulation to soothe tinnitus. Lanier combines sound stimulation.
At 7 p.m. only on GB, the People's Channel, Britain's News Channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
They're on commercial break. Let's go back to Bloomberg. French Prime Minister loses confidence vote in Parliament.
And on the terminal treaty, 4 prime ministers in the last 20 months. Apparently not enough for France.
Here in the U.S., which is what do you do with the budget? What do you do with the ballooning deficit? And the French have it even tougher. They have a lot of things like pension reform and holidays they have to work through.
Austerity is the word of the day.
Debt cliff is coming.
Remarkable how quickly this went once again, and how many times this has happened. Emmanuel Macron now would, appoint another prime minister, presumably from his central party bloc, but we'll find out, I guess, imminently.
It's really tricky. I mean, the French parliament is quite literally divided into thirds.
Mm-hmm.
So to find any sort of majority, especially when you have the threat of Marine Le Pen and the far right on their doorstep, it's a really tricky one.
Yeah, absolutely. So how does this unfold over the coming hours? We just literally got this vote. The red hat rolled about 30 seconds ago, and a series of events will now unfold.
Absolutely. And let's not even forget about this bond market that is really reacting to this. But there's a question here of this, we're coming through this just again. It's a very similar feeling that we have right here in the States, which is, oh, look, it's another shutdown. It's another budget negotiation. The French feel the same way.
And conversations about debt, deficits, austerity, do you accomplish this by cutting budgets or raising taxes, which is really a very big question that they're trying to answer in France, and one that we're struggling with here in the United States, isn't it?
And we should mention that France
Stupid.
is one of the
It's so stupid for him to say that. Cut budgets or raise taxes. What about both? What about both? See, this is the point that I'm talking about. The middle class needs to realize you can't have the social programs anymore. So you're going to have to slowly reduce them so people aren't so dependent on them. And that's going to help the budget. But also the uber wealthy are going to have to be taxed at a very high rate. So it's both. This false dichotomy, either or, what? But this is Bloomberg, a bunch of liberal dipshits.
Interviews all week, the prime minister, and they basically were opening the interview saying, how does it feel to be in your few last days? And that is a sentiment that was validated today, just now as you speak, by the French parliament that voted no confidence for the fourth prime minister, as you said, over the last 2 years, highlighting the sort of political fragmentation, which, by the way, is a story in France, but is a story all over Europe, but really finding its heart here in France. And François Bayrou, earlier, a couple hours ago when he spoke, he said, listen, you guys today have the power to topple this government. What you do not have the power to do is ignore reality. And the reality that he's referring to is a debt to GDP burden that is absolutely the third highest in all of Europe. The GDP to deficit, which is the third worst as well, almost 6%. That is almost twice what it is for the average of the European nations. And this is 51 years now that France has not had a balanced budget. The question is, at what point do the bond vigilantes take over? Do they really impose this austerity that he was trying to sort of, through reform, bring into the fore? But as you say, you know, this is a French parliament that is divided into three groups. And even within those big groups, you have splinter cells within it. And it just shows you how difficult the path ahead is now, no longer for François Bayrou, but for Emmanuel Macron, the president, who took that gamble last June in calling the snap elections and legislation and really backfired colossally. And that is the situation that he needs to continue to live with.
Although we've seen this movie so many times, as you said, just the last 2 years, especially since Emmanuel Macron called those snap elections last summer, or was it 2 summers ago? I can't even remember. It's all a blur now. Walk us through just a massive step back. What is the future of Emmanuel Macron? If he keeps losing prime ministers, does this threaten his re-election or his succession when it comes to 2027?
So listen, for Emmanuel Macron, he really has three options here. The first, and this is probably the most likely, is he's going to have to appoint another prime minister and just kind of keep rolling with this really inconvenient parliamentary setup that he's got. Where is he going to choose it from? Is it going to be from the center? This is what he's been trying to do. He's been trying to push center and sort of right-leaning prime ministers. Is he going to have to go to either a cohabitation, say, with the socialists in order to move the left, or maybe someone that's a former socialist that has sort of gone to the center? That could be a path forward. The other is, of course, what we've heard from a number of people in that chamber today calling for another legislative election. But if you look at a lot of the polls, that is going to basically erode Emmanuel Macron's already sort of diminished role within the parliament, and also basically not really change the sort of political physics that we've got here with those three major blocks. And of course, the last would be resignation. This is very, very unlikely. Emmanuel Macron has pushed back against this. He's going to stay president until 2027. That is his intention at very least. But again, it is getting louder and louder, and you're getting more and more sort of objections from that chamber. And, you know, Marine Le Pen, who now is the biggest party for the first time ever, a much larger protagonist within French politics.
Fascinating. The vote, by the way, we're talking about 194 voted for Beirut, 364 voted against. Oliver, just looking at the reaction in the Euro, which is basically no reaction, speaks to the fact that this was expected or something else?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of this has been priced in. Again, we're some distance away from these sort of red alarm bells ringing across the sort of market complex. But we've got another rating from Fitch that comes out on Friday for France. It's expected to be downgraded. I mean, as you know, with these sort of financial crises that sort of develop at the national level, it's never sort of an instigating event. It's more art than science. And when you look at the sort of spreads that we've seen between Germany and France, I think the thing to really look much closer to is the spread between Italy and France on the 10-year benchmark yield. If you look at that, that has come down to 5 basis points. It's only ever crossed below 5 basis points one time since the sort of turn of the century. And that just shows you where investors currently are pricing risk for France. And again, as François Bayrou said earlier today, this is not just about politics. This is about the future of France remaining a sort of a relevant force on the global stage. He says you can be brought into submission by foreign militaries or by creditors, and that is the main concern for many of the French here.
Bloomberg Europe correspondent Oliver Crook live in Paris. Oliver, thank you so much. for the Snap reporting in this case. No confidence in the Prime Minister. And we're lucky to have Catherine Kleppinger back with us today. She was here 9 months ago when he got the job, and back today as Associate Professor of French and Francophone Studies, International Affairs at George Washington University. Professor, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. 4 prime ministers in 20 months. What would be different about a 5th?
That is, I think, the question everyone's asking. And, I think the biggest question, as I heard from the previous correspondence here, is, which party can one even recruit from? We're hearing from Marine Le Pen, who's saying it's an obligation to dissolve the parliament. So, of course, she has her position. I've been reading that, the party leader for the Socialists is kind of angling for it. There have been many other, kind of the further left is saying that they will automatically vote, set to censure the next prime minister. So, I mean, it's an open question, and yeah, I wish I could read some tea leaves here, but I fear that we're going to be dealing with more of the same.
Professor, in every iteration of this, there's always the question of the threat of the far right. Marine Le Pen on ice until she has some decision-making, some guidance from the appeals court about a 2027 run, not enough confidence in Jordan Bardella. Is the national rally still a threat the way it was when Michel Barnier was ousted?
I think that's been the most kind of interesting point of this moment, to see that Marine Le Pen has shifted her discourse a little bit away from calling on Macron to, resign, because it's not in her interest for Macron to resign right now, because then she couldn't run. So she's leaving it much more in a parliamentary domain. I think she's still very much focusing on, now that we know the appeals trial will be in January of 26, she's looking at a longer term game here. I'm seeing from kind of man on the street interviews of National Front or National Rally voters that they do want a new election, but that, now Marine Le Pen has to balance, some of the more kind of populist voters who want to disrupt the system with the more stable, market-focused, business community that has been less excited about her candidacy. And so, does she tilt the cart now in order to impose her party, or does she hold her cards closer for a longer trajectory? It looks like that's where she's leaning right now, because it plays in her interest. But it's true that there is a sort of groundswell from a certain fraction of society looking for change. It may have come up a little earlier, but there's supposed to be a massive day of rallies on Wednesday that was planned before this vote. So there's this Block Everything movement announced. They're calling for tractors to block the roads, and it's throughout France. And so, it's like, how is that going to play in? Do we have a new Yellow Vest movement? Is that going to mobilize or, kind of detract attention from this? I don't know.
Interesting. Well, when we consider what's about to happen, and you're pointing to Wednesday, which I'm very curious to see how this all plays out. Beyrou's obsession with cutting debt is what got us to this point. What would be the winning message for a successful prime minister?
I think that's the question that, I wish I had the answer again. It sounds like I'm hearing a lot of criticism on Macron for his tax cuts to the wealthy, while also then proposing cuts to social services. So it sounds, like a lot of the debate is still going back to Macron in a way that the prime minister may not have as much control over. But in terms of, where does that leave us for the future? The prime minister will need to look at, what does the budget do with, defense spending? That's been a big topic, that impacts the Franco-American relationship. He needs to figure out, how do we balance Social Security reimbursements and retirement ages? So these are all different moving parts that have a negative impact on the budget. And I think that was Beyrou's point from the start. One of the surprising moments from his speech this morning was that he kind of altered the figure on France's overarching national debt by adding, it went from 3.3 trillion to 3.4 trillion. So he's, kind of trying to play this responsibility card, but showing that, this is a very serious problem that no one has managed to solve. And, it's going to force a lot of really hard reckoning. There's been a lot of criticism that, one proposal was to cancel 2 holidays, one day from Easter and then from May 8th. Is that going to be enough to change France's economy? Hard to see that playing in, that doesn't play well with anyone, really.
Yeah, over my dead body on the holidays. Professor Kleppinger is going to stay with us as we add the voice once again of Stephen Carroll, the host of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Stephen is live in Paris as well, having just reported on this breaking story. Stephen, how is this being felt by voters, by people in France? Do you have to have a sense of humor to talk to your neighbor today?
I think probably, but I mean, because of the situation, you mentioned that, we're heading into our 5th prime minister now in 2 years. This is something that people have gotten used to, and everyone knew when François Bayrou was appointed to this job that he didn't have much more chance of winning support than Michel Barnier did before him. He wasn't from outside of the political family that could have changed the parliamentary arithmetic in France and brought in more votes that might have made it easier to pass laws through Parliament. Opposition to him was pretty instant, and when he got to his outlining of the budget, and I think the kite flying around ideas like putting 2 public holidays was a very interesting tactic, because he was putting on the table, and he admitted this almost immediately, he was putting on the table the most controversial measures so that people would debate them, and his hope was that parliamentarians would get involved and there would be negotiation. He always said all of the measures were up for negotiation, but with the red line of bringing down the debt and the deficit. Unfortunately, the Parliament is simply too fractured to be able to do that. Everyone looked to their own political interests rather than necessarily looking to the bigger picture and trying to work with it. Everyone's acutely aware that there's a presidential election coming in 2 years' time, and they're pretty much just trying to stake their positions in the ground in the run-up to that, so that they'll be sure that there won't be a centrist who would replace Emmanuel Macron in 2 years' time. Now, a lot can happen in politics, and particularly in French politics, in 2 years. You point out the last presidential election in 2017 was a big surprise as well for Macron to win. So nothing is all played for yet. But I think for most people in France, they're mostly worried about the protest movements tomorrow, how they're going to get to work, what services will be available, and how serious the protests are going to be.
More drama to come when it comes to Paris. Stephen, just walk us through what a crisis scenario actually looks like, because I hear you. I hear that a prime minister is now gotten or removed basically from the French government. But the bond market's calm, 76 basis points on the Haute-Bund spread. We're looking at a euro-dollar at 117. Everyone's kind of knew this was telegraphed. What does a crisis in France look like?
This is a Gallic shrug from the markets. That's essentially what we've gotten. And that is because it had been so obvious how difficult François Bayrou's problem was going to be because of the numbers in Parliament. We called this confidence vote. We pretty much knew the result of it about 10 minutes after he announced it, never mind waiting the 2 weeks for all of the debate and the pleading that came from François Bayrou before we had the vote in the past few minutes and the result of that as well. Markets are looking at the longer game here. François Bayrou did say in the negotiations, and this was the point that was being made by the Socialist Party, is that you can consolidate the budget over a longer period of time. Bloomberg Economics has said this as well. This is not a fiscal crisis yet. The problem is the debt servicing costs in particular mount up, and the trajectory, as François Bayrou repeated, is pretty steep from here on up as to how much of the budget is going to be taken up by simply servicing the existing debt that France has and what it's projected to accumulate. In the short term, there's still time, over a month before France is meant to submit its budget to the European Commission. That's mid-October. It doesn't need to pass it really until the end of December. And remember, we got right up to that deadline last year. And even if, in a case that there was no budget passed, there is no provision for, I heard you mention this earlier, there's no provision for a government shutdown in France. You simply roll over this month's budget into next year. It's not a dramatic handbrake turn for anyone. Sure, there will be some people who will be hit by, no inflation-linked increases in things like benefits, but it's not a dramatic change. Things don't close overnight as a result of the budget crisis in France. It does, of course, just push the problems down the line, and that's something the bond market definitely will be worried about. And I heard Oliver refer to the ratings downgrades, or the ratings reviews that are upcoming, the first of which on Friday. There's several of those to come before the end of November as well, so those will also be very closely watched by the markets.
Really interesting. Let's bring Catherine Kleppinger back into the conversation. Professor, did Beirut have a choice here? He decided to pull the trigger on this himself.
Right. I think that is one of the most interesting aspects of this moment that, I'm coming back here in similar circumstances, but the details are actually very different, where Barnier was kind of solicited, he went through the executive order style of budget negotiations, and then his government fell as a kind of punishment for that. Bayrou was doing something very different. He said from the start, this is a problem, debt needs to be dealt with, rise up to your responsibilities and do something about it. And so he is going out in a very different posture from some of the previous governments that have fallen. I found myself thinking that it was an interesting gesture that, he was challenging the delegates to live up to what he considered, a responsibility as elected officials. I'm not sure what his alternatives were, although that said, I've read some behind the scenes commentaries that he hasn't been as forthcoming with negotiations as, for example, the socialists were looking for. So he may claim, from one side that, I'm putting you in front of your responsibilities, work together or I'm out. On the other hand, was he truly trying the backroom dealings of negotiating with all the different parties? Hard to say. It looks like he did not want to find himself in the position of trying to, for lack of a better term, herd the cats of all the different parliamentary parties, the way Brownier did try to do, and, trying to please everyone meant that he pleased no one. So, I think it's interesting. I've read the idea and I thought about the idea that it is in some ways similar to the gesture that Macron did in dissolving the parliament, where it's sort of a poker move, that it's a surprise. Macron called it throwing a bomb into the political sphere when he called those snap elections. Maybe it's the same thing.
Well, I'm just wondering when we're all going to be back together.
Canary in the coal mine, France and England. Pay attention. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, has a very comprehensive compound profile. Read the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This will target multiple systems. It's going to target your heart and your vascular system, brain function, musculature, energy levels, metabolism. And long-term, you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. And your immune system is going to be better. Your endocrine system is going to be better. And with brain function, you're going to not have that brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate. And you're going to have better neuroplasticity over time. And when you do that, that means that you're going to have better memory recall. You're going to be able to think faster. So please go to my store, get this. It's very powerful stuff. Take it every day. And it's the fourth pillar of my protocol, to rev up that metabolism and increase those energy levels. But there are added benefits when you take this. And get the D3 and the K2. D3 and K2, when you stack them together and you do resistance training, helps to build denser bone. Super important. In addition, D3 and K2, when you stack it together, also helps to pull out some of that calcium depositing around plaque and reduce further depositing of calcium in the vascular system. So it helps with your cardiovascular health. And vitamin D3, super important, especially in the fall and the winter, because it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis if they've been infected. D3 is super important to take. So I highly recommend you get some D3. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's discount in all caps, the number 5. You get $5 off any order, and if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Be prepared. The fall and the winter in the United States could be very problematic, and you may want to prepare. Take a look at those anti-Fauci boxes on my store. There's an anti-Fauci box, anti-Fauci advanced box, and deluxe box. Take a look at those. You may want to get those. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.